Greatly shocked, Han Fei asked, "Why are there so many monsters here?" The hexagon starfish said, "Human being, I find it a dreadful endeavor to go treasure hunting with you. I want to go back to the seaborne prairie." "Shut up. You would only end up as someone's contractual spiritual beast if you go back, do you believe me?" After Han stayed for only a couple of seconds, a crab dozens of meters long waved its pincers and attacked him. More importantly, different from the crabs outside, this crab was completely black, and its pincers were more like a pair of sharp, double-edged scissors. Behind him, the hero soul was attacking too. Han Fei felt that he would have been killed if he were anyone else. None of the creatures he saw were weak, including this crab. Name: Blade Edge Spiritual Crab. Introduction. This is a mutated crab that has absorbed the deathly vibe in the Forsaken City. It's very aggressive due to the influence of the hero souls. Its shell can be forged into armor. Level 38. Quality: mutated. Spiritual energy, 3,421 points. Effect: inedible. Collectible: blade armor. Absorbable. Han Fei simply chose to go for the blade edge spiritual crab, and the blood drinking knife glittered in his hand. This was not the time for a prolonged battle. He needed to get away from the battlefield as soon as possible. The people behind him would catch up to him soon. He would be in a dilemma if he hadn't escaped yet by then. Crack. Using the drawing art, which was Han Fei's best battle technique at this point, Han Fei cut through the crab shell. The saber aura did not stop until 30 meters later. At this point, Han Fei had stepped on the blade edge spiritual crab and charged at the unknown darkness. 3 seconds after Han Fei ran into the darkness, a lot of peak level dangling fissures had swarmed into the inner city. The hero souls and sea creatures who intended to hunt Han Fei, distracted by the intruders, immediately attacked them. "Damn it. I'm tricked. I'm going to cut my way through." Han Fei cut a couple of sea creatures in a row, including a crab, an octopus, a sea snake, and, most surprisingly, a huge conch. Having seen Xiao Zhan's 8-armed conch earlier, Han Fei knew that some conchs could be tough and tricky, but he had to cut that particularly conch 3 times to break it. Han Fei's face was dark, and his arm was shaking. It was really hard to deal with the creatures with hard shells. If he ever met an opponent who had a contractual spiritual beast similar to the 8-armed conch one day, that opponent couldn't be weak. Passing those creatures, Han Fei simply covered himself in a stealth array. But it was practically useless. He was immediately spotted by a serpent. Thankfully, the hexagon starfish, as free labor, dropped another array on Han Fei and managed to hide him in time. The hexagon starfish said, "You need to learn arrays more. You're not good at them except the spirit gathering array." Han Fei said gloomily, "Do you think I don't know that? But do I look like someone who has the time to study arrays?" He was lost for words. "I'm a heavenly talent, and I'm despised by a starfish. When I'm finished here, I have to spend some time on arrays after I leave the Level 3 fishery." Since the seaborne prairie, Han Fei had realized the importance of arrays. He did not feel so back in the Level 2 fishery, but here, he felt that he could hardly resist the ferocious hunters of the Level 3 fishery without a few handy arrays. The outer city had already turned into hell, and fierce battles were going on. At the gate to the inner city, the hero souls were much stronger than regular undead creatures. Holding their spears, they drew such intense circles of light in the water that they almost wove into nets. At the gate to the inner city, the contractual spiritual beasts were raging. And the human fishers were fighting crazily with glowing weapons. The hero souls were shattered by the peak-level dangling fishers one after another. Since Han Fei could kill the sea creatures like blade-edge spiritual crab, it was even easier for the hundreds of peak-level dangling fishers. Gradually, the advanced dangling fishers broke in and joined the battlefield. 2. Han Fei frowned, wondering how many people Yang Huan had intercepted in the outer city. At this moment, the gate of the inner city had almost been cleared, and only a handful of peak-level dangling fishers as well as a few dozen advanced dangling fishers were killed. The situation was being stabilized. Suddenly, the three-turn dragon jewel grass at the gate exploded. Han Fei learned the dreadfulness of poison at this moment. The infinite poisons around the three-turn dragon jewel grass burst out at the game like strange fireworks that were flashing in the night sky. Han Fei was quite shocked that Yang Huan detonated such a precious spiritual grass without any hesitation. He quite admired Yang Huan for that. Not everybody had such resolve. After all, the three-turn dragon jewel grass could possibly increase the capabilities of the user and might be even more valuable than the venomous tulip. The moment the three-turn dragon jewel grass exploded, Han Fei sensed an earthquake. He felt that something was pushing through the soil. A moment later, he saw an infinite number of hermit crabs under his feet. Reading the information of the hermit crabs, Han Fei was quite horrified. Name: soul-eating crab. Introduction: this is a mutated hermit crab. Because of the nurturing of the hero souls, they can feed on soul power. Level 13. Quality: mutated. Spiritual energy 111 points. Effect: inedible. Absorbable. Han Fei immediately jerked and swam up. Those creatures were now swarming out. Even though he considered his soul to be steady and powerful, he would rather not risk his life. He heard Yang Huan's telepathic voice. Han Fei, it's time for you to show your sincerity in our cooperation. I've done enough. I've poisoned 30% of them as I promised, and I've detonated the 1,000-kilometer redness, making all the creatures within 100 kilometers delirious. There's nothing more I can do now. It's up to you. Han Fei frowned. How did you find me? Yang Huan said, Hey. You're still carrying my poison. I can track you down as long as the poison remains. Han Fei knew that Yang Huan was negotiating with him. So far, he had done nothing except for attracting the undead creatures as a bait. Obviously, Yang Huan was unsatisfied. But Han Fei was not an idiot to join the battle immediately. Something would be wrong with his head if he did that. Han Fei said, Let's wait a moment while they fight. Yang Huan said, Someone will escape after a few moments at most. I can't lock the outer city down on my own. If they run into the inner city, neither of us can catch them. This is the only opportunity for us. Han Fei was lost for words. You think I'm a god? Do you expect me to fight 1,000 people while dealing with all those creatures? Yang Huan asked, Aren't you capable of the power of thunder? Han Fei said gloomily, Why do you think that? You think I'm Thor? Who's Thor? Han Fei said impatiently, Don't bother who he is. Just keep picking your swallowing seashells. I will take action when I think I should. Then, Han Fei went to where the soul-eating crabs were coming. He was not worried that Yang Huan might run. There were so many people and so many sea-swallowing seashells here at the gate to the inner city. Unless Yang Huan gave up all of them, he had to continue the cooperation with Han Fei. Ah! Soul-eating crabs. The overwhelming soul-eating crabs marched forward. Though tens of thousands of them were crushed instantly, still, more soul-eating crabs swallowed soul power. Many advanced dangling fishers fell in the middle of the fight. There was nothing they could do when their soul was eaten. Someone exclaimed, "Abort the hunt! Abort the hunt! Run!" Han Fei saw that many people squeezed their flash stones and disappeared. The number of the people here was shrinking. After only a short while, a third of them had squeezed their flash stone and escaped. Apart from those who fled, hundreds of people returned to the outer city. They were already horrified of what happened to them at the gate to the inner city. They didn't know what lay ahead, and too many of them had been killed. After realizing that it was hopeless for them to hunt the demons, they believed that escaping was the most sensible choice. While those advanced dangling fishers were trying to escape, Han Fei was exploring the depths. At this moment, he was standing outside of an underground cave. Just now, he saw a swarm of soul-eating crabs coming out of the cave. Also, he perceived something even more dangerous down below. Therefore, Han Fei accidentally dropped a spiritual fruit and broke it. By the time Han Fei returned, he found that half of the messy crowd was missing, and the remaining half managed to deal with the situation. Yang Huan was lurking in the crowd. Sensing that Han Fei was drawing near, he glanced at Han Fei. It. Greatly shocked, Yang Huan had no time to care about his secret identity. He simply yelled, "Are you crazy?" Han Fei grinned and shouted, "Your Grandpa Han Fei is here. Who dares to fight me?" It all happened too fast. Yang Huan had been paying attention to Han Fei, not believing that he would simply leave these guys here. He was not concerned even when Han Fei ran away a moment earlier. But his face couldn't have looked more awful at this moment. He could sense the overwhelming tide behind Han Fei. How could there be a tide in the undersea city? It could only have been a certain powerful creature. After Han Fei's telepathic announcement, everybody looked at him, and he simply showed himself without hiding anymore. Damn it! Take him down. Seriously? There's something behind him. Someone noticed Han Fei's follower, but Han Fei had already come close. In the meantime, he threw hundreds of spiritual fruits to the crowd. Many people thought that the spiritual fruits were weapons. But on a closer look, they found that they were spiritual fruits full of spiritual energy. Han Fei had thrown out hundreds of spiritual fruits? Who would do that in a battle? Bam! 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 The spiritual fruits all exploded. For a moment, intense spiritual energy and fragrance was spreading out from the bottom of the sea. Han Fei dare not delay at all. He suddenly took a turn in another direction. Not good. It's the soul-eating crabs. Run. Not just the scavengers. What's that? A scavenger? Flash stones were squeezed, and people were disappearing. The soul-eating crabs were charging at the battlefield like a swarm of locusts. Those who failed to escape in time were eaten alive. Those who didn't have a flash stone unleashed spiritual energy crazily. Han Fei saw that someone cut everything within dozens of meters in one slash. Some peak-level dangling fishers refused to run, because if this team fell apart, they would hardly be able to survive Han Fei, Yang Huan, and Xiaochan if they ran into them as individuals. Someone roared, "Calm down and hold your position. Gather. Gather." Grinning, Han Fei wandered at the edge of the battlefield and threw spiritual fruits or balls of spiritual energy at the crowded places. Gather? You still want to gather? Someone punched through the dense, soul-eating crabs and spoke telepathically. Peak-level dangling fishers, come with me. Let's kill Han Fei. Han Fei was not panicked at all. He simply stood at the broken hole and performed the drawing art. One of the peak-level dangling fishers was slashed back, with blood all over his body, before he made it out. Han Fei shook his head in dissatisfaction, as he failed to cut the peak-level dangling fisher apart when the man was on full alert. In the next moment, dozens of peak-level dangling fishers marched and surrounded Han Fei. Han Fei chuckled, and a purple array appeared out of nowhere, followed by a spirit forbidding net. Damn it. It's the spirit forbidding net. Break this array. However, Mr. Hexagon Starfish was a level 43 mystic creature anyway. It might be cowardly, but not everybody could break his 6-gate array. All Han Fei needed was the little time that they were delayed. When the spirit forbidding net covered them, Han Fei's 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers cut the dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in the blink of an eye. Everybody felt cold to see that. Those victims were not beginner dangling fishers, but the peak of the level 3 fishery. Yet, they had been killed so easily. Canceling the 6-gate array, Han Fei picked up dozens of sea-swallowing shells and roared again, "Your Grandpa Han is here. Come on and kill me." Some peak-level dangling fishers began to evacuate, as too many people had died. They never anticipated that half of their team would be lost before they could pass the inner gate of the undersea city. Some advanced dangling fishers were fighting hard, but there were simply too many crabs. Barely any of them survived when the soul-eating crabs approached them. Even Han Fei was surrounded by dozens of soul-eating crabs now and then. However, Han Fei did not give them any chance, so he simply crushed them with his overwhelming spiritual energy. Seeing that most of the enemies were escaping instead of pushing forward, he sneered at them. Fuse. It was the first time that Little White and Little Black were fused after level 30. Many people were awed by Han Fei's strange eyes at the moment of fusion. His face was slightly twisted, and the gray hazy sheen over his body eclipsed the colors of Little Gold. Chilla. Yang Huan broke out of the crowd. He also covered himself in poison to avoid the attack of the scavengers and the soul-eating crabs. At this point, his eyes constricted quickly as he looked at Han Fei, impressed by Han Fei's formidableness. Just now, he felt that Han Fei was a peak-level dangling fisher, but much faster than the regular peak-level dangling fishers. The man ripped apart the chaotic mass of soul-eating crabs in one attack. Then, 30 blue sea wandering dragon daggers flashed in the seawater, with black and white color spreading on every one of them. Pooh. 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 After each attack, one of the advanced dangling fishers would fall. Both them and their spiritual beasts would be minced as long as Han Fei touched them. Of course, Han Fei was attacked too. But to everybody's shock, Han Fei did not bother to defend himself at all. His body was so sturdy that the spiritual weapons caused nothing but a clinking sound when they hit him. Demon Han is on a rampage. Let's go. Including the peak-level dangling fishers, no one wanted to hunt demons anymore. That man was too strong. Even though he seemed to be covered in bloody wounds, he hadn't suffered any critical wounds. Maybe, the remaining peak-level dangling fishers could kill Han Fei if they attacked him together. But they didn't have a chance, not with the assortment of hostile creatures that had been attracted to this place. Besides, there was still a Yang Huan who was lurking in the dark. Let's go. The peak-level dangling fishers squeezed their flash stones one after another. As for the advanced dangling fishers, they had already run if they were capable of running the moment Han Fei marched into the crowd. They certainly didn't want to be cut to pieces by Han Fei. After a long time, the gate to the inner part of the undersea city had become empty. Nobody was here to kill Han Fei anymore, but Han Fei was still slaughtering the soul-eating crabs, showing no intention of stopping. Hey! Enough! Stop killing. There's nobody around. Yang Huan spoke to Han Fei from the dark. He felt that something was wrong with Han Fei. The man was weird and powerful, but what surprised Yang Huan most was that the spiritual energy was surging into Han Fei's body from all directions. Too many creatures had died in this battle, leaving tremendous unowned spiritual energy. It was actually not Han Fei, but the demon purification pot that was absorbing the energy. At this moment, Han Fei was in fact still, and the blue sea wandering dragon daggers were doing the killing. Han Fei's eyes were closed. He sensed something mysterious that was trying to pop up in his head, but it failed again and again. He didn't know what it was, but he yearned for it. After a long time, Han Fei suddenly lost strength and nearly fell on the ground, and the fusion of little white and little black automatically ended. He opened his eyes in a hurry, only to see nothing but bodies in front of him. He asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, what happened just now?" He looked at his shoulder, but the hexagon starfish was nowhere to be seen. Had this guy disappeared? Mr. Hexagon Starfish? From a lobster shell 1,000 meters away, the hexagon starfish crawled out and rolled its 6 big eyes at Han Fei. "You've woken up?" Han Fei was puzzled. "What happened here?" The hexagon starfish replied with a shivering voice, "Just now, an extremely powerful force seemed to be escaping from your body. Naturally I had to run. Didn't I?" Han Fei's eyebrow was furrowed. "An extremely powerful force? From me?" After a brief silence, the hexagon starfish replied, "It might not have belonged to you, but to your spiritual beasts. Little black and little white?" Suddenly, Han Fei darted a blue sea wandering dragon dagger to the void on his left. Then, a person flashed and appeared from stealth mode. Yang Huan was rather stunned. "You're not crazy?" Han Fei's original purpose was simple. He had wanted to intimidate everyone in this battle. But after he fused with Little Black and Little White, he felt that something was wrong. Everything was fine at first, and his power in every aspect was significantly boosted. But then, as the battle went on, something seemed to be growing in his head, until he woke up in the end. Han Fei asked Yang Huan, "What did you see?" Yang Huan waved his hands. "I didn't see anything." Han Fei said coldly, "What did I do?" "You don't know what you did?" Han Fei? Yang Huan looked at Han Fei with a complicated expression. "Just now, your spiritual weapons all became black and white wheels that killed every person who hadn't run away yet. There's also them." Yang Huan pointed at the bodies of sea creatures on the ground. Many of them had been squished violently and died with miserable looks. Yang Huan was pretty sure that he should never make Han Fei his enemy. He was confident that he was the best in terms of poison in the level 3 fishery, but in terms of fighting, Han Fei could have killed dozens of him in his previous state. Hanfei was rather confused. Was I so awesome just now? Yang Huan waved his hand and tossed hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells, too. Hanfei. Staring at Hanfei thoughtfully, Yang Huan said, many people escaped. For entrances to the undersea city will probably be blocked in 10 days, so I won't explore it anymore. It's time to say goodbye. Hanfei picked up 208 sea-swallowing seashells in a row. Plus the dozens that he picked earlier, he had 260 in total at this moment. Yang Huan smiled casually. We cooperated well this time. We slew more than 500 enemies. Haha. I can finally make it to the top 5 on the wanted list now. Hanfei's lips cramped. Then wouldn't I be first place? Yang Huan shook his head. Hardly. You only eliminated a dozen peak level dangling fishers with the spirit forbidding net this time. Mo Qiansheng, who ranks first, killed more than 60 by himself. If you can kill so many peak level dangling fishers sometime, you may be able to compete for first place with him. Hanfei. Yang Huan left. He was a smart guy. Hanfei was not scared of poison because of the treasures he found, so it was impossible for Yang Huan to beat him. In case they were surrounded later, Yang Huan might as well escape sooner. What was inside the undersea city exactly? Yang Huan didn't really care. After all, nobody had obtained anything remarkable from there since ancient times. Hanfei didn't stop him, or check if the number of the sea-swallowing seashells was right. He had already earned a lot from the battle, including not just the sea-swallowing seashells, but also the deaths of those who intended to hunt him and Xia Xiaochan. After Yang Huan left, Hanfei's eyebrow flashed, and little white and little black appeared again. Hanfei looked at them weirdly, sensing that there were great secrets in them. If Yang Huan wasn't lying just now, his blue sea wandering dragon daggers must have been transformed into mini supreme yin-yang wheels. Hanfei understood the power of the supreme yin-yang wheel, but wasn't it a fatal move when little white and little black were combined? How could his weapons be transformed into supreme yin-yang wheels? Resting a moment, Hanfei pet little white and said, search for Xia Xiaochan. She should be here. Little white craned its little head and wandered a moment, before it swooshed away. Hanfei grabbed the hexagon starfish and threw it on his shoulder. Mr. Hexagon starfish, why are you such a coward? The hexagon starfish rolled its eyes. You were so brutal. I might have been killed by you if I hadn't run away. Hanfei scoffed and asked, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, are you the best treasure hunter among the starfish? Where do you think the treasures are hidden in this forsaken city? The freezing currents appeared now and then, but Hanfei simply changed his swimming posture accordingly. The shadow swimming art allowed him to roam this dark place gracefully and casually. To get a better view of this place, Hanfei took out the lights he collected from the lantern fish and connected them. So, in the dark undersea city, a white little fish was swimming ahead, and a young man holding a series of brilliant lights was following, with bubbles popping up from his mouth now and then. Those who were familiar with Hanfei would realize that he was saying, shoot everything when bubbles came out. Hanfei discovered, to his surprise, that there were many more caves of soul-eating crabs like the one he saw before. He had seen the scavengers from the seaborne prairie too. But back then, the scavengers erected their bone stings and simply lay at the bottom of the sea. Hanfei tried cutting them, but failed to kill them. The scavengers here were clearly different. They were not aggressive either. But they were much bolder. At this moment, Han Fei saw that many of them were devouring the soul-eating crabs like candies. Not just that, he even saw a conch that had been bitten by the scavengers with hundreds of holes in it. Even a spiritual weapon couldn't have broken that conch easily. Under the light, Han Fei finally saw part of the city clearly. The buildings here were similar to those on the floating island, and some were founded on bones. However, the buildings on the floating island couldn't have stood after such a long time, which meant that the buildings here were made of better materials. If the buildings of this city were of such a remarkable quality, how powerful must it have been in its heyday? It must have been even more prosperous than the Blue Sea town. Then, what power reduced the city to its current conditions? More importantly, why was the city established at the bottom of the sea? Han Fei had been puzzled by these questions for a long time. Could this city have been on a floating island too, until the floating island fell into the sea, resulting in the crash of the city? The deeper he swam, the more splendid Han Fei found the city was. Little White changed its course every once in a while. It must have sensed dangerous creatures and circumvented them. So, Han Fei did not run anything tricky on his way. 3 hours later, Han Fei came to a halt and stopped Little White. He had found a treasure trove, which was surrounded by 7 pillars and covered by an array. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think there are treasures inside? The Hexagon Starfish said excitedly, there must be. How can there be no treasures in a treasure trove? Han Fei said, why don't you go in first? The Hexagon Starfish? Han Fei said with a smile, forget it. I know you are a coward. Let's go in together. However, this array seems to have been broken. What do you think? The Hexagon Starfish said, yes, it has, or we wouldn't have noticed it just now. Let's go in. Han Fei recalled Little Black and Little White. He took out the blood-drinking knife and squeezed into the array. A moment later, he found a cave beside one of the pillars. Han Fei secretly cursed. He hated the treasures that were buried underground, because there might be unexpected dangers. But of course, Han Fei still jumped in after the cursing. Creak. Out of Han Fei's expectation, it seemed more than easy for him to enter the treasure trove. He felt that he just stepped on rotten wood. Illuminating the place with his lights, Han Fei found a door below his feet. It was not a regular door, but a prison door made of certain mysterious iron. Han Fei was rather surprised. Have I come to the prison of this city? Han Fei grew curious immediately. He didn't think he could find any treasures in this place, but it was possible for him to learn the history of the undersea city. Here. Holding the lights, Han Fei pressed on in the dark aisle. But after only several dozen meters, he found 3 corpses on the ground. They weren't fully rotten yet and couldn't have been dead for more than 10 years. Judging from the posture of the bodies, they had been trying to escape from the treasure trove, but for some reason, they died after they ran to this place. Attach. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was attached to himself, and he raised the 9-star chains as a precaution. Han Fei passed several rock walls and rooms. Inside the rooms were rotten desks, chairs, and occasionally weapons that had been randomly left on the ground. Han Fei stepped on them and poked them. Those weapons were easily perforated. After taking multiple turns, Han Fei finally entered the prison. It was even more ragged than Han Fei had imagined. Barely any doors were left here, and More than half of the walls had collapsed too. Han Fei came to a random prison cell and saw bodies in them. Huh? There are still remaining bones? Under certain circumstances, bones could exist millions of years and turn into fossils, but obviously, the forsaken prison in the undersea city did not meet the harsh requirements. The creatures here were different from those in the sea. Regular bones couldn't stand their biting at all and might become incomplete after several years. But why were the remaining bones here still intact? Han Fei was rather shocked. Crossing the rotten threshold, Han Fei even ran to the bones and squeezed them. He found that the bones were rather hard. There was no telling whether it was because of long-time cultivation or for other reasons. With confusion, Han Fei examined other prison cells. Molds and moss were everywhere on the wall, because of the passage of time. Some mosses were even growing on the bones. Passing hundreds of prison cells, Han Fei found that not every one of them had remaining bones. It might be related to the capabilities of the prisoners inside. When a catastrophe fell upon the city, nobody set them free, and some of them were caged and died in their cells. After multiple turns, Han Fei found nothing special. He did not even spot any sea creatures. Hey, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, is there a place without any animals at the bottom of the sea? Han Fei was rather puzzled as it didn't make sense. This place might be secluded, but it was at the bottom of the sea. By common sense, there should at least be crabs even if there weren't any fish or prawns. Rolling its eyes, the hexagon starfish said, I sense that this place is dangerous. Dangerous? Han Fei frowned, not knowing what could possibly be dangerous about this place. He hadn't seen one living creature yet. Suddenly, Han Fei came to a stop after a turn. It was a dead end. But after the turn, there was a channel that led downwards. Raising the lights, Han Fei had a look around and walked down the stairs. Hula. When Han Fei was about to reach a lower level of the prison, he saw a pair of glittering eyes, and then a person flashed by. Who is it? Because it was too fast, Han Fei only caught that the man seemed to be much shorter than himself. Then, the man fled away in a weird posture, half running and half swimming. Han Fei summoned his fishing pole and cast the hook. But after 2 turns, the creature simply disappeared. Huh? Is someone else here? The hexagon starfish spoke telepathically, something here is very familiar. Familiar? Han Fei was lost for words. Do you know anything in this place? You were caged in the regular fishery for 300 years. Were you here when you were little? Rolling its big eyes, the hexagon starfish said, I don't know, but something here is just familiar. Han Fei recalled the fishing pole and summoned dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. If there were living creatures here, did they have any secrets? He did not recklessly chase the stranger. Instead, he focused his attention on this level of the prison, which was better preserved than the upper one. Going down the aisle, Han Fei came to a prison cell. The door of the cell was broken, and there was a skull inside. Han Fei felt goosebumps all over his body. You could have kept the entirety of the body. Why did you only leave the skull? Where's the rest of the body? He was more and more uneasy. He had sensed that something was wrong since he came in. He suddenly turned around, only to see nothing. His mind did not perceive anything either. Going forward, Han Fei found that most prison cells were empty, and those which were not empty, had nothing but a skull in them. The rest of the bodies were nowhere to be seen. Han Fei's lips cramped. Was there a monster here who had the habit of collection? Or was it a custom in this city to throw the heads of prisoners into prison cells after they were executed? After a long time of exploration, Han Fei didn't make any discoveries. He only found another passage that led downwards. Damn it. How many levels does this prison have? Han Fei suddenly shivered. Don't tell me that this prison has 18 levels. And I'll see a pot of boiling oil down below. If so, I'll go back right now. This time, Han Fei saw another pair of eyes staring at him from a dark corner. He was rather creeped out, but the eyes ran off after glancing at him. But Han Fei stepped out and quickly came to the third level of the prison this time. The moment he entered this level, he was embraced by a stinky wind. Instantly, he slashed out the dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Controlling the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and straightening them into a line, he cut the darkness. Then, he heard clangs, and a weird shadow was waving its tail on the floor, fending off the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. Lizard? Salamander? Serpent? Han Fei did not need to speculate anymore, because he had seen a head on the floor. He almost felt the urge to flee when he saw the hideous head. To be more exact, it was a human-shaped head, with 2 holes on the part where the nose should have been, and sharp teeth all over the mouth. The creature also had 2 skinny hands. This creature moved using those 2 hands. Apart from the web on those hands, they were exactly like the hands of an extremely slim man. What shocked Han Fei most was the body of that creature, which looked like a fish and had a long tail behind. At this moment, the creature bent its tail, revealing the sharp bone stings on it. Data popped up in his eyes. Name: Undead Merman. Introduction: This is the lowliest sea primate. It's a regular merman that has evolved in the special environment. It has extraordinary sight, and its teeth are sharp enough to bite through mid-quality spiritual weapons. Quality: exotic, ultra-quality. Quality: mutated. Spiritual energy: 3,358 points. Effect: inedible. Collectible: none. Unabsorbable. Han Fei was immediately stunned. You call this a merman? It evolved from a regular merman? This is how it looks after a long time of evolution? Then how ugly must it have been before the evolution? The undead merman jerked and bared the sharp claws on its hands. In the meantime, it opened its mouth widely as if it was going to swallow Han Fei alive. Bam! Han Fei exerted 80% of his strength and slapped it with his seal. Because it was too ugly. He would be disgusted if the creature lunged at him. So, he simply slapped with the water-dividing seal without using the blood drinking knife. The undead merman rolled on the ground and crashed into a prison cell. Han Fei immediately followed, ready to attack again. In the next moment, a human-shaped body was thrown to him, and Han Fei subconsciously slapped it apart with the seal. What caught Han Fei's attention was that this body had a tail too. It was more complete than other bodies, with everything from the skull to the pelvis. But right below the pelvis, it was one long bone that was in many sections. Sweet Mother of God! Is this a merman or a mermaid? Han Fei swallowed. Earlier, rumor had it that there were mermaids in the sea. Han Fei had never seen any mermaids after roaming the sea for years, or he would have tried to marry one. He felt that he had to update his knowledge now. It was possible that merman And mermaids did exist, except that they were not as beautiful as described. At this point, the undead merman was staring at Han Fei in fright from a corner, gnarling and baring its crooked teeth at Han Fei. Han Fei was almost throwing up. This undead merman had been paralyzed by Han Fei's seal. Now, it could only crawl with its hands while it roared at Han Fei. Han Fei looked at it in despite and hit it consecutively with the water dividing seal until it was dead. You're undead? You think you're really undead when you have such an awesome name? Damn it. What is this place? Why are there mermen here? Hiss. The hexagon starfish warned, watch out. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife back, cutting another undead merman into 2 pieces. He said awfully, is this ** hole full of those things? Now, Han Fei did not expect any treasures in this place. So, not every treasure trove contained opportunities. When Han Fei walked out of the prison cell, he found several pairs of cold eyes gazing at him from the end of the passage. However, instead of charging at them, those creatures were gradually falling back. Han Fei hesitated a moment. He looked back, but he eventually decided to push on because he was too curious about the mermen. They hadn't been completely transformed into fish, like Yang Ruoyun was, they were real mermen. What would he find at the end of this prison? The hexagon starfish pulled Han Fei's shoulder and asked, are you going on? Han Fei said, I'm just taking a quick glance. I'll leave after that. This time, Han Fei simply evoked all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers and replaced the water-dividing seal with the needle. Lulu. Han Fei laid the rod on the ground and hauled it forward step by step. The noises when the needle rubbed the floor was particularly ear-splitting in the quiet prison. Han Fei heard the squeaks from the darkness clearly, but he didn't care. Those undead mermen weren't strong. He wouldn't have pressed on if he had just come to the level 3 fishery, but now that he had broken the obstacles in the indestructible body, Han Fei was not scared of the peak-level dangling fishers anymore. Those undead mermen couldn't be a problem for him at all. As Han Fei pushed close, those undead mermen finally charged at him. When dozens of undead mermen charged at him, Han Fei tilted his head and snapped his fingers, sending forth the blue sea wandering dragon daggers which cut the seawater apart magnificently. Clank, clank, clank. Those undead mermen did not give in. None of them were slow. Some crawled on the floor and some on the wall while they resisted the blue sea wandering dragon daggers with their sharp claws. Some of them were shaking their tails. The bone stings on their tails seemed even more powerful than the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. However, while holding the needle in one hand, Han Fei simply shot the blue sea wandering dragon daggers back when they were flung away. After no more than 1 minute, 3 undead mermen had been chopped into pieces. Hiss. An undead merman leaped and jumped at Han Fei. Smiling, Han Fei surrounded the undead merman with the 9-star chains in the blink of an eye. As the 9-star chain was tightened, the undead merman was strangled under the surging spiritual energy. All its bones were broken. Han Fei slightly shook his head. Your level is not low, but you're too bad at fighting. If all the undead mermen were as good as this, they could only compare to regular intermediate dangling fishers in terms of comprehensive combat ability. They weren't a challenge for Han Fei at all. Hee hee. Enough fun. Han Fei suddenly waved the needle, which was thickened dozens of times. Momentarily and almost filled up the whole aisle. Boom. Han Fei hurled the rod forward, and an intense stink of blood spread out in the seawater after a few screams. After Han Fei recalled the needle, 3 undead mermen had been pushed into the wall on his opposite side. He had killed 4 earlier, and 3 escaped. But Han Fei didn't care. He was interested in what was in the depths of the prison. If there was nothing but these undead mermen, he could deal with 100 of them easily. Han Fei accelerated and walked forward. After many zigzagging aisles, Han Fei finally came to a gigantic prison cell. To Han Fei's surprise, though the prison cell was broken, there were 6 iron chains that were dangling in it as if they were still shackling something. Han Fei lowered his head and saw bones all over the ground. He couldn't help but frown. The bones did not just belong to human beings, but also to the undead mermen. Apart from the bones, there was also a mess of shells and furs. Altogether, the remains in this place suggested that those creatures had been eaten alive. Han Fei was quite shocked by what he perceived. Was it a merman or a man? Fish? He saw a weirdo standing at the center of the prison cell that had legs and a tail. But different from human beings, he had a fish face. His eyeballs were so huge that they were popping out. His feet had webs and only 3 toes. The hexagon starfish said, "It's a demon. The vibe of a sea demon. I remember it now. The woman who was with you had the same vibe when she turned into a fish." Han Fei squinted. A sea demon? He had run into a sea demon in this place? Han Fei stepped forward and raised the lights, illuminating the person inside. Han Fei subconsciously snorted when he saw the guy's face. It was really hideous even for a demon and not nearly like Yang Ruoyun, who was beautiful as a woman and as a fish. This thing before Han Fei's eyes had a fish head, but it had a mouth, eyes, and a nose. His ears and nose were very small, and his mouth was exceptionally huge and nearly stretched out to its ears. That might be acceptable if it was all. After all, Han Fei had just seen the hideous undead merman. However, this creature here was greasily green. Because it was slim, the scales on his body had mostly dropped, making him look like a dried fish. A string of data appeared in front of Han Fei's eyes. Name: inferior manfish, lowly sea demon. Introduction: this is a sea demon who hasn't matured yet. It's brutal and bloodthirsty. Its inferiority makes it impossible to tell which creature it evolved from. Because of the long time imprisonment, its capabilities have significantly declined. Level 40, declined. Spiritual energy 1, 221/4, 661. Demon heritage, level 3, low quality. Level awakened. Associated spirit unknown. Note: presumably possessed. Unabsorbable. Han Fei couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Hexagon Starfish, you call this a demon? The hexagon starfish rolled its big eyes. Huh? It doesn't seem too threatening. But I really sensed danger a moment ago. Han Fei was deep in thought. Is there a tougher sea demon here? I could kill any demon of such a level easily. Han Fei shook his head. This creature's level, demon heritage, and storage of spiritual energy suggested that it was just a weakling. However, Han Fei did not ignore, presumably possessed. Possessed? Was there something inside this manfish? Bypassing the sea demon, Han Fei looked back and saw the undead mermen that had just escaped hiding in a corner, as if they were terrified of Han Fei. Han Fei did not consider it a big deal. The 3 lucky survivors were not a threat. This sea demon, on the other hand, was shackled with its eyes closed. So, it couldn't be the danger that the hexagon starfish mentioned. Suddenly, Han Fei heard a vague telepathic voice, "Set it free, and I'll give you treasures." Han Fei looked around and saw nothing. Eventually, he focused his eyes on the lowly sea demon again. "Were you talking?" That voice did not respond. But Han Fei suddenly laughed. "So it was you. Though I'm new here, I know that this thing is alive, but dying. Are you the one possessing it? Are you a human? Or a demon?" After a long time, the voice replied, "I'm a human." Han Fei curled his lips. "How can I trust you? What if you are a demon?" "I would be sorry for mankind if I set a demon free and let it do evil things. Wouldn't I?" After a brief silence, the voice said, "I can prove it." Han Fei said with a smile, "Then prove it. I'm really curious. How did you possess this demon? That's a weird technique. Can you control the sea demon?" The man seemed to have been shocked by Han Fei's calmness. He couldn't help but ask, "Are you not scared?" "Scared?" Han Fei said with a smile, "You think that thing can scare me? Is there something wrong with your head?" The man asked, "How did you know me?" Han Fei scoffed, "I found it weird that there's nothing here when I was still outside. It's because this inferior sea demon needs food, and you can only survive in it if it has food, right?" The man was silent, and Han Fei continued, "This city has been abandoned for I don't know how many years, and you're telling me that a mediocre sea demon has survived such a long time? You created a lot of sacrifices to look for food. For you, didn't you? Also, considering the human bones on the ground, you're a cannibal too, aren't you? I don't want to talk to you anymore. Give me a reason not to kill you." After witnessing Yang Ruoyan's transformation, Han Fei believed that nothing was impossible in this world. Maybe there were indeed mermen and mermaids in this world, but in this level 3 fishery, the manfish here could only count as an inferior demon. Han Fei was not scared of it at all, not to mention that it was still tied up. After a long time, seeing that Han Fei was about to attack, the man finally said, "I have secret techniques of reincarnation." Han Fei roared angrily, "Get lost. Like the one you've used? Don't describe that piece of garbage like it's a treasure." The man said, "This is an art of reincarnation?" Han Fei sneered. "Reincarnation? You just took someone else's shell like a hermit crab. But fine. If you insist on offering it, I have no choice but to reluctantly accept it. What else have you got?" Han Fei didn't know how frustrated the man inside the manfish was. He couldn't feel great when the secret technique that he was so proud of was mocked. The man said straightforwardly, "The art of reincarnation is already the best treasure, as can be proved by this manfish." Han Fei said, "Why don't I kill this manfish, and you reincarnate yourself elsewhere? As it happens, there's a couple of undead mermen back there." The man shouted, "Wait, wait." The man was panicked. He had no doubt that Han Fei would kill this manfish. Having met too many talented young men, he knew that he couldn't fool them with a few words. "I have a battle technique that's of a high level. That's the reason why I survived." Han Fei smiled casually. "Oh? Can you still use it?" "Yes." Tilting his head, Han Fei stepped back and said, "Then show me." "I can't. My battle technique requires tremendous spiritual energy, which I'm running out of." "Does this manfish look energetic to you?" Han Fei raised his finger, and a pillar of spiritual energy was instilled into the manfish. Then, he threw a random fish over and said, "Show me it now." "You are a spirit gatherer?" The man was lost for words. "Aren't you supposed to be a soul warrior?" Han Fei said, "I'll give you 20 seconds to finish the fish. If you can't show it to me after that, I'll kill you." Han Fei gazed at the manfish curiously. He believed that, even if reincarnation techniques existed in this world, the man here couldn't possibly have it, because the level 3 fishery was too lowly compared to the infinite ocean. If such remarkable techniques were shown here, it would only mean that whoever possessed the manfish used to be a great expert. The manfish gobbled up the food. A moment later, it suddenly opened its eyes, with a bright blue sheen emanating from its body. In the next moment, the manfish began to expand, and its muscles were rising, indicating its increasing power. Huh? Is this an explosive secret technique? What's the side effect after you use it? Han Fei saw that the manfish rose from level 40 to level 45, and that it was still climbing. Heh. You gave me spiritual energy? You're asking to be killed. A shadow burst out from the manfish's eyes. It seemed to be mental power, but it also seemed to be something a level higher than mental power. Waving the needle, Han Fei smashed the shadow. Immediately, he felt a blast on his mind, but it didn't hurt him. He simply retreated his mental senses and defended his mind. Pooh. Blood oozed out of Han Fei's nose and ears, and he had a strong headache. He was quite surprised at the mental shock. That was not right. He didn't give much spiritual energy, and a fish did not contain much nutrition. How could this man have become so strong? After 3 heavy smashes, Han Fei discovered, to his amazement, that he failed to break the thing. Huh? This is a high-level secret technique. Han Fei had his own secret techniques, including fury. But it was too deeply flawed. He tried deducing it, but it wasn't very helpful, so he gave it up. Back in the Thug Academy, he came across similar techniques. However, those secret techniques all had strong side effects, and the more advanced they were, the greater the side effects would be. It was also why Han Fei never deduced the secret techniques like fury. Now, the only thing that Han Fei was curious about was the side effects of this technique after the man showed it to him. Han Fei had been curious about it before. A level 40 manfish could have been killed by any random peak-level dangling fisher, and it shouldn't have survived so long. Now, Han Fei finally realized that the man's secret technique was rather powerful, and he might be defeated if the man was not shackled. Fish sorrow stab. Hew. 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 Han Fei saw hundreds of stings being darted at him fast and ferociously. Instantly, Han Fei pulled all the blue sea wandering dragon daggers back and hid behind them. After a while of clinking sounds, Han Fei looked at the dozens of fish stings that pierced half an inch into his body in surprise. It's quite good. I'm actually hurt. Han Fei was very surprised. Even a peak-level dangling fisher might not be able to hurt him with regular attacks, but this crippled manfish had wounded him. The manfish was stunned, as if it had just swallowed a smelly crab. It looked at Han Fei in shock. You. How is it possible? How could an intermediate dangling fisher have resisted the fish sorrow stab? Han Fei unleashed his spiritual energy and knocked away all the stingers. Then He asked, "What else have you got?" As he spoke, Han Fei stabbed the needle, sticking it to a weapon that looked like a harpoon. Bam! Han Fei was blown a dozen steps back, and the harpoon was broken due to its poor quality. Han Fei waved his hand. Very strong. It's even more powerful than a fully blown attack from a peak-level dangling fisher. Is this the effect of your secret technique? Han Fei glanced at the man-fish with great interest. Anything else? Your body must be sturdier than before now that you're both mentally and physically stronger, right? Don't. While the man-fish cried in fear, Han Fei drew out the blood-drinking knife and cut. The intense saber aura instantly passed the man-fish's body. Poochie. As he expected, though the man-fish was fortified, it failed to block his drawing art. But to Han Fei's surprise, the man-fish was not killed. Its chest had been cut open, but it was not chopped into halves. Huh? You're sturdier than a peak-level dangling fisher too, but not by too much. Is it because this man-fish was too weak in the first place? Han Fei nodded. It's very possible. After all, this thing is neither a fish nor a man. But it's already impressive that you can take one attack from me. The man was almost crying. I used my secret technique. How could I have failed? To defeat an intermediate dangling fisher? Even a peak-level dangling fisher would have been killed. Han Fei asked, how long will the secret technique last? Seeing that the man was silent, Han Fei threatened him. I'll cut you again if you don't talk. Let's see if you can resist it again. Heaving a sigh, the man said, 20 seconds. The energy that I just acquired can only support that long. Han Fei's eyes glittered. That's long enough. What's the consequences? Are there any consequences? Han Fei was more interested in this secret technique than the art of reincarnation. He would take it as long as it did not have great side effects. The man seemed to have given up resistance. He said, the side effect is that you have to eat food and replenish your energy. It's very hard. However, Han Fei was overjoyed when he heard that the side effect was that he must have food. Wait, the side effect is the need for food? Not exhaustion, meltdown, etc.? The man-fish lowered its head. That's the side effects of regular secret techniques. Actually, all secret techniques are supported by nutrition. But some people confuse nutrition with energy. The secret techniques they create are naturally flawed. Han Fei was quite happy. There might be people he couldn't defeat in a fight, but he could never fail an eating contest. He immediately asked, give the art of reincarnation and the secret technique to me, and I will spare you. Why should I believe you? Han Fei said with a smile, there's nothing you can do anyone. I don't have to kill you. Even if I set you free, do you dare to go out? Do you know how many peak-level dangling fishers are out there? I'll wager that you will be caught before you reach the outer city with your current look. A moment later, when the duration of the secret technique was over, the man controlled an undead merman to walk to him, and he disgustingly swallowed the undead merman alive. Ew! Han Fei cursed, can you be more disgusting? The man said with a miserable smile, you will not find this disgusting anymore when you're starving. Han Fei snorted and slashed his saber on the chains. However, while sparks splashed out, the chains remained intact. Huh? The man sighed, if the chains could be cut so easily, I wouldn't have been Trapped for such a long time. Han Fei ran to the chains and examined them carefully, only to see nothing but a shallow mark on them. They were truly hard. Han Fei said, "Give me the secret technique and the art of reincarnation first. Then I'll save you." The man was silent for a moment. "Do I look like an idiot? Why would you save me after I give them to you?" Han Fei said solemnly, "You're not an idiot. I'll definitely save you, because those chains are more valuable than you." 3. The man would have fought Han Fei again if he weren't chained. "What are you talking about? I'm not as valuable as a few chains." Han Fei took out a saw and unattached the nine-tailed mantis shrimp. Then he said, "Nine-tailed mantis shrimp, time to work. Let's cut the chains off. They're as good as ultra-quality spiritual weapons." In the meantime, Han Fei looked at the manfish. "Give the secret technique and the art of reincarnation to me first, or I can kill you and tear down this prison cell. That would be easier for me to get the chains." The man considered for a moment and decided that he could give the techniques first. He had other things to tempt Han Fei after he was unchained, and he was sure that such a greedy man wouldn't turn them down. Eventually, Han Fei got what he wanted. Han Fei chuckled for a moment. Then, his blood-drinking knife suddenly glittered. Dumbfounded, the manfish roared, "Don't! I still have. I don't care what else you have." He slashed the knife, and the manfish, without the enhancement of the secret technique, was cut into halves. The man died a confusing death. "Didn't he agree to spare me? If I offered the art of reincarnation and such a technique, how can I not have better things? Are you an idiot?" Looking at the body of the manfish, Han Fei slightly shook his head. "I wouldn't have killed you if you were slightly better looking and hadn't eaten so many people. Look at all the bones here. You think I would really set you free? What's wrong with you?" The hexagon starfish remarked, "I feel that he has more treasures." Han Fei grinned, "I know, but I don't care. He must have been a sophisticated man who lived too many years. I may be killed because of his tricks later. So it's enough that I have the secret technique." Han Fei looked at the so-called art of reincarnation first. Grand soul hosting technique, heaven level, mid-quality. Note, this can shatter the enemy's soul with overwhelming mental power and possess the enemy's body. If you don't return to your own body in time, you will never be able to come back again, and you will die when the possessed dies. Shortcoming, it requires tremendous spiritual power, or your soul may be crumbled, never to be restored again. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/20,000,000. Han Fei was quite surprised after reading the information. It seemed really fancy, and could indeed enable someone to reincarnate in another body. However, the technique did not mention if one could possess someone again after the first possession, or if the soul and the new body could be perfectly melted after the possession. Also, the technique had a high demand on spiritual power, and one might be dead for good after one moment of carelessness. Han Fei was not interested in it at all. He wouldn't have deduced it even if the cost was 1 million instead of 20 million. Why would he possess anyone when his own body was excellent on its own? Then, Han Fei looked at another technique. Mystic Turtle Secret Technique, Demon Level, High Quality. Note, this is a technique created based on the observation of turtles. By consuming tremendous energy, it can trigger body potentials and temporarily increase combat ability. Shortcoming, the body will be overly exhausted if the energy is consumed too much. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/5,000,000. Hanfei's lips curled after he read the technique. As he expected, it was impossible that a secret technique to improve combat ability didn't have side effects. That guy didn't mention the overexhaustion to him. But up until now, the Mystic Turtle's secret technique was the best secret technique he had seen. It could be used as long as he had abundant energy, and his body wouldn't be really hurt. Considering the manfish's level that had declined, Hanfei speculated that the man had exhausted the manfish too many times, which resulted in the retrograde of the body. Hanfei decided that he could cultivate this secret technique. Unlike the man fish who didn't have any food, he had a ton of food and forged the universe. For example, he never had a chance to finish the yellow blood sea cucumber, a great food to replenish energy and build up the body. He felt slightly hungry when he thought about it. It seemed that he hadn't enjoyed a meal for a long time. He decided that he would definitely have to enjoy a good meal after rescuing Xia Xiaochan. Hanfei turned his head and looked at the two undead mermen that were hiding in a corner. They seemed even more frightened after the manfish died. Hanfei shook his head. You wretched bastards should go to your next life now. If you have a next time, either become a fish or become a man. Don't be a creepy humanoid like this. Finishing off the two undead mermen, Hanfei and the nine-tailed mantis shrimp began to dismantle the iron chains. The iron chains were good items. Hanfei suspected that the manfish must have been of a high level before it was possessed, or it wouldn't have been tied by such excellent chains. After the undersea city was abandoned, nobody came to the prison anymore, and the manfish couldn't escape until it was possessed in the end. It took Hanfei 4 hours to tear off the iron chains as well as the wall made of unknown materials that they were attached to. After that, Hanfei glanced at the Mystic Turtle's secret technique and decided to deduce it. Since the technique could use energy to offset the side effects, there shouldn't be a problem to deduce it. Deduce. Majestic mystic spell. Note, this is a secret technique created based on the observation of turtles. By offering tremendous energy as sacrifice, you can summon the Mystic Turtle, which can multiply your combat ability according to your level. Current improvement, 5 times. Shortcoming, the body will be overly exhausted if the energy is consumed too much. Deduced art, unknown. Deduction cost, 0/10,000,000. Shoot. Hanfei was instantly stunned. An improvement of 500%? That was unbelievable. Though the name of the technique didn't sound good, the improvement was really unbelievable. Hanfei would have believed that it was a heaven-level, divine quality technique. Hanfei swallowed in shock. He had never expected to find any treasures before. He explored the prison. If he hadn't been curious after he saw the undead merman, he would have left the place a long time ago. This Mystic Turtle's secret technique was merely a windfall. So far, the indestructible body and the big red trunk were the only treasures as valuable as that. He couldn't possibly imagine that he would run into it in a random treasure trove. Instantly, Hanfei got excited. He recalled the nine-tailed mantis shrimp and ran into Forge the Universe. The first thing he did after entering Forge the Universe was to pick up a yellow blood sea cucumber and clean it up. Hanfei was not in a rush to look for Xia Xiaochan. The undersea city was so huge with so many treasure troves and creatures that the hunters could find her easily even if they all got in. At this moment, Han Fei found ginger and garlic. Then, he cut the bamboo shoots and carrots from his stalk into pieces, rolling all of them in a wok that contained boiling oil. He added vinegar and some cumin to increase the taste. In the end, he cut the 1-meter-long sea cucumber into sections and enshrouded them in flour before he rolled them in the wok too. Finally, he threw all the seasonings into the wok, and fragrance immediately spread out. Han Fei was smiling. One had to be careful when they were making sea cucumber. Many people often found it tasteless, but Han Fei knew how to add flavors to it. The sauce was the key. A moment later, the sea cucumber was cooked. Name: sauced sea cucumber. Introduction: this is a food made of the yellow blood sea cucumber and the essence of many ingredients. It tastes smooth and elastic and contains tremendous spiritual energy. It's a rarely seen great food. Level 29. Quality rare. Spiritual energy 9,852 points. Effect: this can provide massive energy and increase sturdiness by 30% for an hour. It was one of the special, effective foods that Han Fei could make, mostly because the ingredients were great. The effect would have been very different if he had it raw. Han Fei bit the food, and juice immediately spurted out. The food couldn't have tasted better. Han Fei was never more exhilarated since he came to the level 3 fishery. Eventually, Han Fei simply reached his hand for the food. After half of the yellow blood sea cucumber was eaten, he felt that he was brimming with spiritual energy. His neck was also red, as if he were drunk. Huh. The energy is really strong. Han Fei stopped eating. This was different from swallowing the spiritual fruits. The demon purification pot could store the redundant spiritual energy, but not the nutrition. Han Fei felt that he was almost exploding, as if he had just taken the candle dragon blood. He believed that he would probably be bloated if he were to finish the whole yellow blood sea cucumber. Fine. I'd better not go too far. I'll just save it for the next meal. Han Fei's body was boiling when he left Forge the Universe. He felt great in the cool seawater. He searched the prison for a while and didn't find other creatures. On the manfish's side, there were nothing but bones and shells. He didn't think he could find more treasures. Those who had come in earlier probably all ended up as the food for the man fish who was capable of a secret technique. After they were out of the prison, Han Fei summoned Little White. He turned his neck and stomped on the floor. Daughter, keep looking for Xia Xiaochan. But let's go straight this time. I'm eager for a fight. Little White? There was no telling if Little White understood him, but after only several thousand meters, Han Fei ran into a sea serpent following Little White. Then, to the hexagon starfish's shock, Han Fei tore the sea serpent alive. Barehanded. The hexagon starfish asked, "Where did you go after you left me aside, just now? Why do I feel that something is wrong with you after you came out?" Han Fei was too lazy to explain. So he simply didn't. After all, the hexagon starfish had asked it many times. Don't ask. I'll beat you up if you keep asking. The hexagon starfish. The hexagon starfish naturally didn't have a chance to go to Forge the Universe, but it speculated that Han Fei had an independent space like its 6 gates. It didn't find it odd. Why couldn't Han Fei have his space if it had the 6 gates? On his way, Han Fei moved like an ADHD young man. The most dreadful enemy he ran into was a level 38 exotic scorpion. The scorpion was quite innocent. It did not plan to fight anyone. However, it was plucked out from the soil by Han Fei. It tried to poke Han Fei but failed. Eventually, even its stinger was torn off. Thankfully, it had broken its own tail and fled into its cave, or it would have been killed. After another hour, Han Fei met 3 peak-level dangling fishers, but they squeezed their flash stones without thinking and fled quickly. At this moment, standing before a cave, Han Fei remarked, "Another treasure trove?" In fact, it was not the second treasure trove that Han Fei ran into in the undersea city, but the 9th one. However, they had all been exploited by other people except for the prison, and Han Fei found nothing but collapsed walls in them. Han Fei almost missed this one. Thankfully, he paid extra attention when he passed the area, because the hexagon starfish said that there were arrays set up in this place. Han Fei didn't think too much. He simply jumped into the cave. He did not have any special experience this time. His senses had hit the bottom of the cave before he reached it. But when he perceived what was down there, he turned back and swam up as quickly as possible. He saw dense layers of worms inside the cave. He didn't know what the worms were, but their numbers were astonishing. He had sensed an infinite number of them. Han Fei cursed, "Damn it. That's a treasure to you? What kind of treasure trove is that?" The hexagon starfish ran even faster than Han Fei did. Fleeing like a dart, it shouted, "It's really scary." The hexagon starfish and Han Fei ran out of the cave crazily, one after the other. There were enormous creatures in the sea, but they might ignore the petty-sized human beings. The worms were actually more threatening. For example, Han Fei was sure that he would have been drained if he wandered in a nest of the dry leaf worms in the seaborne prairie, even though he was as strong as a peak-level dangling fisher. He didn't see what the worms just now were exactly, but they were as numerous and repulsive as the dry leaf worms. He certainly did not dare to trespass. After they ran several thousand meters, the entrance of the cave was filled with worms. However, finding no creatures, the noodle-like worms entangled each other and returned to the cave. Dozens of kilometers away, Han Fei was still frightened. It seemed that he should probe with his fishing pole before he jumped into the next cave. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, you're really ungrateful. Why didn't you call when you escaped?" The hexagon starfish, "Didn't you notice the danger yourself?" Han Fei said, "You were definitely malicious. I will squeeze your essence blood if you do that again." The hexagon starfish rolled its 6 big eyes and almost wanted to slap Han Fei for threatening it with its essence blood every time. It decided that it would do that the day it obtained its essence blood. But the hexagon starfish immediately dropped the thought, as Han Fei was growing too fast and it probably wouldn't be able to defeat him by then. Han Fei summoned Little White and kept going. He met other people 3 times in the next 6 hours, but they all squeezed their flash stones and escaped the moment they saw Han Fei. Sue. Han Fei was lost for words. He realized that he had to assume Li Hani's look again, so that whoever came later wouldn't recognize him. Half an hour later, Han Fei ran into a peak-level dangling fisher. The peak-level dangling fisher was surprised to see Han Fei. Wasn't this the Li guy who was eager for battles outside? Immediately, the peak-level dangling fisher roared, "Come here." Seeing him, Han Fei put on a different expression and swam close. Bro, what a coincidence. The man frowned. How did you get here? Han Fei said in fright, it's all Han Fei and Yang Huan's fault. Yang Huan, in particular, poisoned a large number of people. I would have been poisoned too, if I hadn't been at the front of the crowd and ran into the inner city in time. The man stared at Han Fei coldly. I'm asking you how you could have made it here as an intermediate dangling fisher. Pondering a moment, Han Fei realized that he had swum almost 3,000 kilometers though he hadn't been fast. It was indeed suspicious. Blinking his eyes, Han Fei said, I have flash stones. I flash every time I meet a scary monster. Huh? You have many flash stones? Han Fei stepped back hurried, as if he was going to run. The man sneered and said, you're not holding a stone, and you would be dead by the time you take it out. Now, give me your sea-swallowing seashell. Han Fei hesitated and said, bro, let's talk nicely, shall we? Who's your bro? Where's your manners? You think you can be my bro when you're merely an intermediate dangling fisher? Give it to me in 3 seconds, and I might set you free. The man looked at Han Fei proudly, and Han Fei gloomily and reluctantly reached for his pocket. The man scoffed, you think you can explore the undersea city because you're talented? What an idiot. But while he was scoffing, something glittered in Han Fei's hand. The man immediately tried to flee, but he had already been hit with a knife. The man hadn't even activated his spiritual energy protective cover or turned around yet, when he felt that his vitality was fading. Standing before him with a smile, Han Fei said, Li Hani's identity is really useful. Then, Han Fei searched the man and found his sea-swallowing seashell. The man was not dead yet and was still looking at him in fear, so he said, you robbed me first, or I would have let you walk away. Han Fei didn't know if he meant that, but after another push, the man was dead. The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled as it watched Han Fei examining the sea-swallowing seashell. It was truly horrified by the demon who had killed a peak-level dangling fisher in one go. It wondered if he would do the same to him someday. Petting Little White, Han Fei said, daughter, let's continue. On the way, Han Fei killed another advanced dangling fisher and explored two treasure troves futilely until Little White led him to a battlefield. Yes, it was a battlefield. The buildings here had all collapsed, with bricks and pebbles scattered everywhere. Some of the rotten spears and swords were lying on the ground. Some buried in pits, and some stabbed into rocks. Han Fei asked in confusion, Mr. Hexagon Starfish, is there an array here? Rolling its eyes for a long time, the hexagon starfish said, I don't think so. But this place feels dangerous. Han Fei swam forward, only to find that this place was even gorier than the battlefield at the outer city, and many people must have died here. So, there should be hero souls here. There were no lowly undead creatures in the inner city anymore. All of them were hero souls. Han Fei did not touch the rotten weapons. Instead, he circled the place and touched Little White's head. Daughter, is she really here? Little White swam down and stopped before the rotten swords and sabers. Han Fei grew solemn. There were many more rotten weapons here than there were in the outer city. Besides, it would be hero souls instead of the lowly undead creatures that would be woken up. If hundreds of them appeared, even a peak level dangling fisher might not survive. Considering for a moment, Han Fei simply attached Little Gold to himself and recalled Little White and Little Black. In the meantime, he summoned the blue sea wandering dragon pole. If anything were to happen, he could run faster with little gold and the pole. At Han Fei's command, dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers were darted at the rotten weapons. When the weapons were broken, pale hero souls emerged everywhere around Han Fei. Han Fei's eyes cramped, and he felt that something was wrong. The hexagon starfish spoke telepathically, "There's an array here. Those hero souls are the array." Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. "Do you know where the entrance is?" The hexagon starfish shook its head. "I can't find it." "Do we have to break the array first?" Looking back at the hero souls who were raising their weapons, Han Fei couldn't have looked more awful. "Break the array? I'm going to be killed by them." Though panicked, Han Fei drew out the needle and pointed at the hero souls. "Clear the way, or I will beat the s** out of you." Han Fei thought that, since he had plenty of energy after having a pot of yellow blood sea cucumber, it was a good chance to test the majestic mystic spell. He even looked forward to it. But in the next moment, to Han Fei's surprise, those hero souls did not attack him but made the same movement with their spears. They were drawing circles in the water. Han Fei? Han Fei did not know whether or not the hero souls counted as undead creatures, but each of them were as strong as an advanced dangling fisher, if not stronger. Now, there were hundreds of hero souls, and the number was climbing. A peak-level dangling fisher, or even a group of them, wouldn't have the courage to stay here instead of running away. Han Fei was not an exception. He was holding a flash stone, ready to run the moment these hero souls showed any anomaly without caring about this treasure trove. However, the seemingly dangerous hero souls did not attack, but rather drew a circle for Han Fei. This circle was created from the void and gradually expanded into a gate. After the gate took shape, the hero souls aimed their spears at Han Fei and pressed on, trying to force Han Fei to step into the circle. Han Fei gritted his teeth. Had Xia Xiaochan really gone into that? What tricks? Did the girl have to surmount all the obstacles and find this place? After a moment of hesitation, Han Fei stepped into the circle. He didn't know if it was the right choice, but he knew that this treasure would be among the most dangerous ones in the undersea city. The regular treasure troves couldn't compare to it now. Looking around, he found that he was caught in a haze. When Han Fei finally had a clear view of this place, he discovered, to his shock, that he was standing on a street, and all kinds of people were passing by. He thought that he might have fallen into a dream. The prosperity of the undersea city dated back to an infinite number of years ago. How could there still be a city here? The hexagon starfish asked, "Where are we?" Han Fei's eyes widened. "Don't talk. Hey, kid. Don't block the way." A man, holding a saber that was as tall as an adult, nudged Han Fei to a side of the street when he passed by. While Han Fei looked around in shock, a man and a woman were talking to each other when they walked past him. The man said, "Xiaoyi, this grand fish tide is not a joke. You shouldn't go." The woman replied, "No, I'm very good too. I can fight." Hundreds of battles have happened since the crash of the main city. I've taken part in a dozen of them. Listen to me. It's different this time. I'm told that the fish are particularly ferocious. The woman shot back, "No, I want to go. I want to stay by your side." Han Fei only caught a few simple words before the man and the woman walked Away. The crash of the main city? The grand fish tide? Hundreds of attacks? Deeply confused, Han Fei was about to tell the couple and continue eavesdropping on them, when a team of soldiers yelled at him and asked him to get out of the way. Those soldiers were fully armed and armored. The spears they were holding were as tall as themselves. But what shocked Han Fei most was that the dozens of soldiers were exclusively peak-level dangling fishers. When the team passed, a soldier stayed and climbed on a roof. He spoke loudly. From the roof, "Attention, everyone. The 187th Grand Fish Tide is coming. Everybody should be prepared for battle by tonight. Every dangling fisher will be gathered in the outer city. Whoever disobeys will be executed." After the speech, the soldier jumped off from the roof and caught up to his team. Everybody exclaimed to each other after hearing the soldier's announcement. Someone shouted, "Damn it. I've waited such a long time. I'm certainly going to earn some battle credit this time." Someone squeezed through the crowd. "I'm going home. I have to make another baby with my wife." Someone complained, "Son of a *ch, the grand fish tide comes every year. Do we even have a life?" Someone roared crazily, "Kill them all." Someone was scared. So soon? Didn't they say that it wouldn't happen until a couple of days later? The once quiet street became noisy and obstreperous. Han Fei gasped hard. This did not seem to be a dream or an illusion. Everybody was extremely real, so real that he could see the sun in the sky and feel its warmth. Han Fei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, can an illusion be so lifelike?" Hiding on Han Fei's shoulder, the hexagon starfish barely had the courage to open its eyes. It subconsciously replied, "I don't think it's an illusion." Han Fei stepped away from the street. He happened to be approaching a booth that was selling shrimp dumplings. The owner of the booth was an old man and a great fishing master. He asked, "Young friend, would you like some shrimp dumplings? You have to be full in order to perform well in the battle." Rolling his eyes, Han Fei asked with a smile, "How much does it cost?" The boss replied, "It's only one mid-quality pearl. My shrimp dumplings are made of level 25 red feather shrimps. You will definitely be satisfied." Han Fei paid a mid-quality pearl and had the shrimp dumplings in front of the booth while the boss stared at him with a smile. After a bite, Han Fei ascertained that this couldn't be an illusion. The flowing shrimp sauce on his tongue that he sensed couldn't be more vivid. He couldn't help but ask, "Boss, do you think I can survive tonight?" Stunned, the boss replied with a smile, "You certainly will. Nobody should die anymore. We've almost lost all our men after 200 years of war." Han Fei's heart shivered. For some reason, he felt the deepest sorrow at the bottom of his heart after hearing what the boss said. He chuckled and said, "Then I certainly won't die. I don't even have a girlfriend yet." "Boss, why are there so few girls in our city?" The boss said teasingly, "You want a girlfriend, don't you? But it's really difficult to find a girlfriend nowadays. The girls of your age are either dead or married. Since pronatalist policies were adopted 100 years ago, most girls are engaged by the time they were 12. You should fight harder and try to be admitted by the city guards. That way, you can definitely get yourself a wife." Han Fei only asked the question because he didn't see a lot of girls on the street. But the boss's reply was quite surprising. Hearing what the boss said, Han Fei almost felt that he was really a man doomed to singleness. Pa. Han Fei suddenly slapped his thigh. He just realized something. The boss asked, "Young man, what's wrong? Are my shrimp dumplings bad?" Han Fei said quickly, "No. The shrimp dumplings are great. I just realized that there's something I have to do." The boss said with a smile, "Then off you go." With the grand fish tide coming, not everybody will see the sun in the morning. Han Fei's face changed quickly. According to this boss, the girls here could be married by 12. Then, wouldn't Xia Xiaochan be the only girl who was 15 and unmarried? Wait, Xia Xiaochan was too beautiful, and she definitely had a bunch of pursuers in this place. Han Fei, who just walked away, ran back and asked the boss of the booth, "Boss, is there any 15-year-old girl in our city that hasn't been married yet?" The old man said with a smile, "Of course there are. But they are extremely rare." Han Fei asked, "Have you seen any? Which of them is the most beautiful one?" The boss shook his head. "Why would I know? Are you trying to get laid before you go to the battlefield? You might as well hold a sign and try to sell yourself out. Your odds of success will be higher that way." Han Fei realized that it did make sense. Since this place was so short of girls, and a grand fish tide was coming on, everybody must be madly preparing for the battle. So, anything they did was probably excusable. Saying goodbye to the boss, Han Fei left and summoned Little White. "Little White, can you find Xia Xiaochan?" However, Little White proved useless this time. It looked at the crowded street in a daze, as if it had lost its sense of direction. Han Fei was lost for words. Did he really have to wander the city with a sign above his head? Then how long must he hold it in this vast city? After much deliberation, Han Fei decided that holding a sign was a bad idea. This city was too big and crowded. It was impossible to find any person in such a way. Han Fei asked, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, do you think someone will shoot me down if I fly into the sky?" The Hexagon Starfish scratched Han Fei and said, "Certainly." Squeezing in the crazy crowd for a long time, Han Fei finally came to a store that sold fish skins. The female shopkeeper smiled at Han Fei. "Young brother, would you like some fish skins?" Han Fei pointed at the street. "You're still in the mood of selling fish skins with all the pandemonium outside?" The female shopkeeper laughed hard. "I have to live my life, don't I? War is war, and business is business. Young brother, I can see that you don't even have a battle suit. Do you want me to make one for you? Since a battle is about to happen, I'll only charge you 200 mid-quality pearls." Han Fei waved his hands quickly. "Forget it. Suddenly, Han Fei was dazed. "Boss, I'd like all the fish skins in your place." In a corner of the undersea city, a group of teenage boys was chasing a girl. The youngest was probably only 10 and the oldest 15 at most. "Girl, I have participated in 2 big fish tides. Will you marry me? I promise. This time I won't die." "Girl, don't listen to him. I have killed more than 30 mess swallowing worms. I am the strongest in terms of combat power. Xia Xiaochan, marry me. I really love you. Xiaochan, I am the most handsome. In terms of appearance, they are all iron-headed fish. Girl, as long as you stay with me, I will never let you suffer any harm." Girl, Xia Xiaochan was going crazy. Since she came to this damn place, she had been pursued all the time. No matter where she went or who she met, people seemed to have never met a woman before, insisting on marrying her. She didn't even know these people at all, but they just cheekily approached her, bragging about their strength or appearance. Even boys as young as 8 years old and old men as old as 80 had proposed to her, covering almost all the ages. Xiao Xiaochuan turned around and said angrily, "All of you, get lost. I won't marry anyone. I'm still young." Someone responded, "Girl, you are not young. I have a cousin sister who has already given birth to 3 children at your age." Xiao Xiaochuan turned around and kicked the guy, sending him flying. "Is your cousin a pig? At the age of 15, she has given birth to 3 children? Then, will she have 30 or 40 children by the time she is 50? The boy was not annoyed. Instead, he said with a chuckle, "Haha, I like a girl like you, a bit spicy." Another boy seemed to try to prove his strength and was about to take Xiao Xiaochuan into his arms and take her home directly, but ended up being stabbed twice in the stomach by Xiao Xiaochuan. He lay on the ground and screamed, "Any spirit gatherers? Come on, heal me." However, behind Xiao Xiaochuan, several spirit gatherers looked contemptuous. "Scum, how dare you hug her? Don't you know how ugly you are?" A spirit gatherer even sneered, "UF** king, deserved it." Most people didn't take it seriously. This guy was out, and then they would have one less competitor. In the hearts of these people, it would be the happiest thing in this life to marry Xiao Xiaochuan. Xiao Xiaochuan felt that she was going crazy. These days, she almost went around the entire city but didn't find any possibility of going out. Swish! Xiao Xiaochuan flashed and appeared on the roof 100 meters away, and, watching the people behind her chasing her quickly, she couldn't help but shout, "I don't even know you. Go find someone else." Just as Xiao Xiaochuan was throwing her tantrum, her eyes suddenly widened and she was stunned. In the sky, at least dozens of miles away from her, a few big characters were floating. "Xiao Xiaochuan, here I come." Xiao Xiaochuan was dumbfounded, so were the teenagers chasing her, and many people in the city. At the moment, the one who was most shocked was the woman who sold fish skins to Han Fei. She watched Han Fei stitch the fish skin into letter characters. Each of these characters were at least 30 meters large. Han Fei was afraid that if they weren't big enough, Xiao Xiaochuan wouldn't see them. In fact, an ordinary person without a cultivation base might be unable to see these characters clearly indeed. The woman asked Han Fei, "Did you buy my store just to make these characters?" Han Fei had a cheeky grin. "That's right. If it weren't for the fact that your fish skin wasn't enough, I could make it bigger." The lady boss exclaimed, "You must like that girl very much, right?" Han Fei grinned. "Her? Well, kind of." Han Fei dragged the huge fish skin balloon with the 9-star chain and ran around the city for a long while. Every once in a while he would be surrounded by many people. Many people had been amazed by Han Fei's creativity and commented on the balloon. A man said solemnly, "This is a good method. No girl can resist such a hot confession of love." A woman pinched the arm of the man next to her. "Look at him. And look at you." Someone sighed. "It's a pity that this boy already has someone he likes. Otherwise, I would definitely marry my daughter to him." Someone sneered, "Are you kidding me? Your daughter is only 7. Can she give birth to a baby?" The originally bustling crowd and the nervous atmosphere were immediately diluted by Han Fei's behavior. After running for about 2 hours, under the public stare, Han Fei finally met a group of girls. When a girl who was only 11 or 12 years old saw Han Fei, her eyes immediately lit up. "So it's you? Han Fei?" The girl suddenly ran up, hugged Han Fei and said, "I can marry you." Han Fei? Before Han Fei spoke, two other girls ran over, each of them grabbing an arm of Han Fei. "I'm better looking. Pick me." "No, I'm prettier than you." "Me first." "You all get out of the way. I am the hottest. He is mine. Get lost. I met him first." Han Fei hurriedly pushed the girls away. "Girls, don't touch me. I won't marry you." However, the next moment, a girl shouted, "You don't have to marry me. I just want to have children with you." Alf. Han Fei was dumbfounded. "What the hell are you talking about? How old are you? You're still a kid, and you said you were going to have a baby with me? Are you serious?" But the onlookers laughed. "Boy, are you overjoyed? But you can only pick one from these girls, because you don't have enough time." Someone laughed. "For the sake of the fact that there is going to be a big battle today, you can choose up to 3 girls." "Oh." Han Fei immediately screamed, grabbed the balloon and ran wildly. "Damn you. These little girls are still underage. This is illegal." Han Fei almost cried. "What kind of era is this? These people keep giving birth to children just because they have to fight? That's ridiculous. Living in this era is so *king. However, Han Fei couldn't run fast at all, due to the huge balloon in his hand. Before he ran out 100 meters away, he was caught up by these girls behind him. Some girls held his waist and some held his arms. Han Fei said angrily, "Let go, let me go. I'm not interested in kids." Han Fei shook these girls away with spiritual energy. And he hung on the balloon line and floated to the sky with the balloon. However, before Han Fei floated 100 meters away, he found that his feet were caught by vines. He looked down, only to see a tall girl standing holding her head high and pointing at him, saying, "I think you can be my man." Han Fei scoffed. "But I don't think you can be my woman." The girl frowned. "Why? I am going to be a hanging fisher. After this battle, I will definitely make a breakthrough." Han Fei grimaced in embarrassment. I already have someone I like." The girl looked at the balloon in the sky and asked, "Is that Xia Xiaochan better than me?" Before Han Fei answered, an agile figure jumped over from the roofs in the distance. She flashed and flitted a few hundred meters, a kilometer in the blink of an eye. Han Fei was overjoyed and said to the girl on the ground, "Look, the girl I'm waiting for has come. Girl, let go." However, the girl stepped on the vines, stood in the air, and glanced at Xia Xiaochan. She is only an intermediate dangling fisher. Han Fei was helpless. "I'm also an intermediate dangling fisher, so I should pair with an intermediate one also." 100 meters away, Xia Xiaochan flashed and disappeared, and the next second, she suddenly appeared in front of Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan was very excited. The moment she saw Han Fei, she cried and laughed and tears flowed down from her face. Xia Xiaochan hugged Han Fei with a jerk and tears and nasal mucus flowed down. "Boo-hoo. I can't find a way out. I thought I was going to be here forever." Han Fei spread his arms and looked at the girl standing on the ground who was still looking at him. "Look, this is the one I'm waiting for." Han Fei hugged Xia Xiaochan with both hands and let go of the balloon line. Then he tiptoed and landed on a roof. Xia Xiaochan was still crying and laughing, but Han Fei saw the teenagers who ran after Xia Xiaochan. Upon seeing this scene, the teenagers were furious. B****, let go of that girl. A boy shouted in rage. Asshole, come at me if you can. You're really shameless to deceive such a little girl. Someone directly drew their sword. I want to challenge you. What's your name? Today, I will make you regret this. The group of teenagers all yelled and glared furiously at Han Fei. Han Fei looked at the teenagers blankly and then at the girls who were staring at him. Suddenly, he made a move. Smack. Han Fei tilted his head and kissed Xia Xiaochan on the cheek. Han Fei felt that in his arms, the body of Xia Xiaochan suddenly stiffened. And before he could speak, he had been stabbed twice in the lower abdomen. Immediately afterward, Han Fei was kicked to the ground. Han Fei clutched his stomach. Cooperate, understood? Xia Xiaochan's face was red. How could you kiss me? Han Fei checked his belly. Seeing that it hadn't been punctured, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, look behind you first. Xia Xiaochan looked back, only to see those boys were staring at her with glowing eyes like wolves at this moment. A boy said, it seems that they're fighting. Xia Xiaochan, marry me. I promise to treat you well. The boys fought with one another to rush forward and Xia Xiaochan shuddered in fright. She quickly stood behind Han Fei and pointed at these people with a dagger. Don't come any closer. The girl looked at Han Fei. It seems that she doesn't like you very much. Han Fei glared at the boys and girls and said, don't you know that beating is a sign of affection and cursing is a sign of love? You know nothing at all. Behind the girl, the other girl said, we can also beat and curse you. Han Fei whispered to Xia Xiaochan, do you see it? They are desperate to get married. Xia Xiaochan nodded, wondering if these people were out of their minds. If there were only one or two, it was understandable. But so many people who she had never seen before suddenly ran over and proposed to her. That was simply scary. Han Fei said, I will help you solve the boys, and you help me solve the girls. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Okay, good idea. Let's do it. Han Fei took a step forward, carrying the embroidery needle on his shoulder, and said harshly, listen, Xia Xiaochan is mine. F***ck off, you pieces of junk. Otherwise, I'm gonna beat the hell out of you guys. Xia Xiaochan also shouted, yes, B***cheese, get lost. Han Fei belongs to me. Oh. Haha, interesting. It's nice to have a show to watch, before the battle. Great. Ha ha ha, I really envy these children. What a storm of jealousy. It reminds me of when I was young. You must be kidding. I don't remember you ever falling in love. Under the roof, the onlookers were watching this scene happily, forgetting to prepare for the battle. Someone even began to sell sea melon seeds, which were sold out soon. Many people ate melon seeds while enjoying the show. On the roof, those boys opposite Han Fei were burning with rage as if their sweetheart was snatched from them. A boy pointed a sword at Han Fei. I challenge you to a duel. Han Fei smiled casually. If you lose, you'll go away. The boy looked ferocious. I won't lose. You are just an intermediate dangling fisher. I advise you to leave. Without a word, Han Fei smashed the stick at him. The sword-bearing boy smiled coldly. His sword glowed with a green glint, with a snake shadow entangled on it and shining with a dazzling sunglow. Facing Han Fei's offensive, he was not afraid at all. Crack! Bam! As a result, the smile on the boy's face did not have time to fade before he was sent flying hundreds of meters away, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his hands trembling. Han Fei carried the embroidery needle on his shoulder again. What I hate the most is people like you who are all talk and no action. Just shut up. Wow. Someone in the crowd was surprised. Huh? This kid is quite strong, not like an intermediate dangling fisher. Someone nodded. Yes, the sword-wielding boy is an advanced dangling fisher. But he couldn't even resist a single blow from him, which shows that the boy's strength is comparable to that of a peak-level dangling fisher. The boys opposite Han Fei suddenly looked solemn. This person was stronger than they thought. It seemed that they had to use their spiritual beasts. On the other side, the eyes of those girls who were attracted to Han Fei all glowed. Girls liked strong men, especially in this era. Xia Xiaochan's face turned dark, and she pointed to the girls and said, "What are you looking at?" "Your opponent is me." A girl came forward. "I'll fight her." This girl was an armorist. As soon as her armor box was opened, dozens of long whips swept out like vines. However, unlike vines, these weapons seemed to be made with special methods. Exceptionally flexible, and they were all mid-quality spiritual weapons. However, Xia Xiaochan didn't care at all. She immediately turned into a shadow. Before the girl opposite could react, the spiritual energy protective cover on the girl's body shattered, and then she was stabbed twice. Xia Xiaochan would not be merciful when it came to fighting. Men might be reluctant when fighting a girl, but she didn't have this concept at all. She stabbed the girl twice in the waist without hesitation. Her fighting speed was even faster than Han Fei. Han Fei would take time to swing his stick anyway, but Xia Xiaochan ended the battle in the blink of an eye. Immediately, the combat power of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan caused countless people to exclaim. Someone was surprised. So strong. These two teenagers are very strong. Someone exclaimed, he is only an intermediate dangling fisher. What if he becomes a peak-level dangling fisher? Han Fei grinned. Xia Xiaochan was still the Xia Xiaochan, he remembered. She could never be gentle, and the violent Xia Xiaochan was the real her. Han Fei lazily said, "Who will come next? Or will you come up together?" "I have no problem either way." Aware of Han Fei's toughness, a peak-level dangling fisher, who was a hunter, came out. He had fused with his spiritual beast and his arms were like two scimitars at the moment. Han Fei smiled. "Come on, let me see if you are a qualified peak-level dangling fisher." Buzz. In the next second, the person disappeared. In Han Fei's spiritual perception, there were two rotating knives, cutting towards him respectively in the left and right directions. Han Fei swept the stick across the air, flames splashed in the air, and the shocking power caused a layer of air ripples within 100 meters. After that, Han Fei suddenly tilted his head and held the water-dividing seal in his hand. In an instant, the water-dividing seal shone brightly with spiritual energy. Clang! 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 In the air, the boy blocked with his arms, only to be sent flying backward, bleeding from the corners of his mouth. However, the boy didn't admit defeat and suddenly kicked two daggers at Han Fei. The next moment, someone exclaimed, F*ck, he grabbed the spiritual weapons by hand. Han Fei suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbed the two spiritual weapon daggers, and threw them back at the boy in the air. Chuffing. However, what disappointed Han Fei was that the spiritual weapon didn't belong to him. Therefore, this blow did not hurt the opponent. However, Han Fei had cast out his blue sea wandering dragon rod. In the eyes of everyone, Han Fei was extremely fast and smashed the boy hard, who was caught by the fishing rod with a small seal. Under the horrified stare of everyone, Han Fei hoisted the boy by the neck with one hand. Weak, you guys are too weak. Come and fight together. Han Fei clamored and took the lead to attack, carrying the embroidery needle and rushing directly into the crowd. Kill him. Let's attack together. Humph. This guy absolutely hid his real strength. Xia Xiaochan can't marry him. Don't cower. Kill him. They were locked in a melee. And on the other side, Xia Xiaochan had just penetrated the vine defensive, the peak-level dangling fisher manipulator, and began to fight back. In the eyes of onlookers, these teenagers were fighting very fiercely. About half an hour later, on Xia Xiaochan's side, all the girls who chased Han Fei, including the peak-level dangling fisher, lay on the ground, clutching their stomachs. On Han Fei's side, all the boys had their noses and faces swollen, and they supported each other. Han Fei gave Xia Xiaochan a look. Hey, your strength has improved so fast. Xia Xiaochan glanced at Han Fei's belly. You seem to have become much stronger too. After the fierce battle, the girls tottered away, groaning, and some of them still looked back at Han Fei as if reluctant to leave. On the boys' side, although they were all defeated, they were still reluctant to leave because they thought Xia Xiaochan was too beautiful. Han Fei scolded angrily, "What are you looking at? Get out of here. Do you still want to fight?" Immediately, a boy cursed, "I bet you won't survive tonight." At that time, Xia Xiaochan will be ours. Han Fei raised the embroidery needle, scaring the teenagers off with a swish. Huh. Xia Xiaochan was very happy to see them leave, and she tugged at Han Fei's arm. Hurry up, let's get out of here. A moment later, on a remote roof, Xia Xiaochan blushed. I'm still young. I can't have a baby yet. Han Fei? Seeing Xia Xiaochan's serious expression, Han Fei was stunned. Wait a minute. You have a baby? You? Xia Xiaochan glared at Han Fei. It's your fault. Han Fei? Han Fei was dumbfounded. No, wait, let me figure it out. I've just seen you. How can you blame it on me? Xia Xiaochan had already raised a dagger. How can you say that? You just kissed me. Ah. Well. I was just being impulsive. Yes, you made me have a baby on an impulse? How dare you? Han Fei felt his mind go blank. But I only kissed you. What does that have to do with you having a baby? Xia Xiaochan stared at Han Fei angrily. They say women will have children after being kissed. Puff. Han Fei almost burst into laughter and sank down to the roof. Are you kidding me? F*ck. How can you be so F*king stupid? Xia Xiaochan picked up the dagger and stabbed at him, saying angrily, Why do you give me this look? You don't want to be responsible, do you? Han Fei pushed the dagger away and said, Are you an idiot? Who said women will have children after being kissed? Han Fei was speechless. He didn't expect Xia Xiaochan, who was a very smart girl, to be so stupid. Xia Xiaochan snorted. A asterisk starred from this damn place said that. Just when I came here, he followed me, saying that the castellan was his father and emphasized it many times. And he wanted to kiss me. Of course, I can't let him do that, so I stabbed him. Han Fei was immediately furious. B** starred. Don't worry, when I meet him, I will beat the hell out of him. Then Han Fei asked, is the first time in your life that you've heard how women have a baby? Xia Xiaochan stared at Han Fei. Yes. Teachers won't teach me how to have a baby. Han Fei. In the end, Han Fei took a long while to educate Xia Xiaochan about common terms and relationships between men and women. Xia Xiaochan was stunned for a while and asked, so, I'm not going to have a baby? Han Fei said with a black face, nonsense, do you think it's so easy to have a baby? You're still so young, and you already want to have a baby? Xia Xiaochan muttered, but they said that I am a big girl. If I don't get married as soon as possible, no man will want me. Han Fei cast a sideways glance at her. Are you stupid? There have been nearly 200 wars in this city in 200 years. Older people have all died. If they don't work hard to have children, they will be extinct. Xia Xiaochan nodded. That's it. So, I really won't have a baby? Han Fei just ignored her. How could she be so stupid? If he hadn't come here in time, within 3 or 5 days, she would have been cheated into marrying someone. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan leaned towards Han Fei and said, then kiss me. Again. Alf. Cough. Cough, cough. Han Fei cleared his throat. Han Fei was dumbfounded. He had never heard such a ridiculous request. Han Fei stammered, no. No, What did you say? Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei seriously. Kiss me again. It feels very strange. Han Fei swallowed blankly. Xia Xiaochan was already a big girl, a beautiful girl. No matter how calm Han Fei was, he couldn't calm down after hearing such a ridiculous demand. Han Fei shrugged. Then close your eyes. Why do you want me to close my eyes? Han Fei waved his hand and said. Well, I just want you to feel it well. Xia Xiaochan tilted her head and grunted. Hurry up. Seeing Xia Xiaochan close her eyes, Han Fei swallowed. Who the *CK knew that the story would develop like this? But I kind of like it. Han Fei cleared his throat and said, now I'm going to kiss you. Come on. Han Fei licked his lips, took a deep breath, and kissed Xia Xiaochan's lips. It felt completely different from kissing her cheek. Bam! Before Han Fei could feel it well, he suddenly flew into the sky like a kite. With a broken line. Xia Xiaochan's kick almost kicked the meal he ate last night out of his stomach. Puff. You let me kiss you. In the sky, Han Fei saw Xia Xiaochan's 2 little fists were folded in front of her chest, her face flushed, even her neck was red, her body stiffened, and her eyes closed. Han Fei did not dare to speak, nor did he dare to interrupt her. After he stabilized his body and fell from the sky, he rubbed his stomach and leaned against Xia Xiaochan. After a long while, Han Fei saw Xia Xiaochan open her eyes tremblingly. Han Fei asked in a soft and careful voice, well, what do you feel? Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei with a weird look. It feels strange. Will I feel the same when others kiss me? Han Fei was shocked and scolded angrily, shut up. Once a man kisses you, you can't let other men do it to you. Xiao Xiaochan was curious. Why? Han Fei held his head high. No reason. Not even Kuangkuang or Zhang. Xuanyu? Han Fei's face became cold. Of course not. You can only do this with a man in your life. Xiao Xiaochan looked puzzled. Only with men? What about Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai is a woman. Han Fei couldn't help but imagine the scene. Xiao Xiaochan and Luo Xiaobai were kissing and couldn't help shuddering all over. That scene made his skin crawl. No, neither with Luo Xiaobai, nor with anyone else. Xiao Xiaochan was annoyed. Why? Han Fei said helplessly, no reason. Anyway, remember, don't ever do anything like this with a second person. Not only kiss, but also hold hands, let alone sleep together. Xiao Xiaochan snorted. You just said that women will have a baby after sleeping with men. Han Fei covered his head with one hand. Ah, yes, sleeping with a man will bring you a baby. Therefore, from now on, you can only sleep with me. Bah. I'm not going to sleep with you. Don't even think of making me give birth to a baby. Han Fei nodded. It's up to you. I don't care anyway. Xiao Xiaochan licked her lips, blinked her eyes and said, now kiss me again. Han Fei blinked. Then don't kick me this time. Don't move. Okay, I won't move. After a moment. Bam. Han Fei, who was kicked into the air, was speechless. But it seemed to be a bargain only to be kicked after kissing her. Han Fei didn't know how many times he flew to the sky. Anyway, at this moment, the two of them were sitting on a tall building, looking at the city. Xiao Xiaochan said solemnly, I have been here for 7 days, and have run through the entire inner city and outer city. Without a teleportation formation, I was still preparing to go to sea. However, the outer city is guarded and the gate guards said that there was going to be a war recently, and no one was allowed to go to sea. Han Fei asked in surprise, so have you never gone out until now? Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. No. Han Fei took a deep breath and said, I suspect that we are in a different time altogether. Huh? We came to the undersea city before it was destroyed. We must have crossed a certain timeline. If we want to go back, we must experience something special. Xiao Xiaochan seemed to be skeptical too. So, are we not in the level 3 fishery now? Han Fei shook his head. We're still in the level 3 fishery, but this level 3 fishery may not be the level 3 fishery we know from our time. Han Fei couldn't help licking his lips. Is the sea grassland still there? If it is, then what about the big red trunk? Can I go back and cut down the big red trunk again? Although it sounds weird, what if it is possible? Toot. Suddenly, a conch shell trumpet blared. Immediately afterwards, conch shell trumpets began to sound in many corners of the city. Han Fei unexpectedly saw hidden fishers flitting through the sky and shouting. All dangling fishers within 100 miles gather at the south gate. A big fish tide is coming. Toot. For a time, the people in the city were in an uproar. The streets were crowded with people, and many people hopped forward on the roofs. Xiao Xiaochan hurriedly got up and said, let's go and have a look. Maybe this is our chance to go back. Han Fei grabbed her hand and said, wait a minute. No hurry. After all, this is not our war. We'd better look at it from the perspective of a bystander. Don't tell me you want to rush to the forefront? Han Fei thought more than Xia Xiaochan. He and Xia Xiaochan came here by accident when the 187th big fish tide occurred. It was probably in this war that the city was destroyed and everyone was killed. Therefore, he would certainly choose to retreat if he could. Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan. Give me your hand. Xia Xiaochan? Spread your fingers, like this. While Xia Xiaochan was wondering, Han Fei grabbed her hand and nodded solemnly. Well, yes, follow me now. Don't run around. Xia Xiaochan frowned. I feel uncomfortable. I'd better hold a dagger. Han Fei nodded. But be good. While everyone ran to the south gate of the city with a solemn look, only Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan held hands and strolled on the roofs like they were sauntering about the street. But Xia Xiaochan felt a bit uncomfortable. One of her hands was held by Han Fei and she held her dagger in the other. Thinking, why is he holding my hand? However, Xia Xiaochan found that holding hands with him, she could swing her arms casually, which was quite interesting. The number of people on the street was rapidly decreasing. At this moment, a figure flew over their heads. Swoosh! A figure fell from the sky. It was a beautiful woman about 30 years old who was dressed in a red robe and seemed to be of high rank. The beautiful woman glanced at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, then at their holding hands, and said leisurely, Did you put the letters up in the sky? Seeing that she was a hidden fisher, Han Fei chuckled. Yes, yes. The beautiful woman glanced at Xia Xiaochan. What a pretty girl. Try to survive. With that, the beautiful woman spread her wings and flew away, saying, Only by surviving can you be better able to fall in love. Xia Xiaochan sighed. She didn't notice our difference? Han Fei nodded. Of course, we are real people and not fake. They certainly won't find anything wrong about us. Half an hour later, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were still walking leisurely on the empty streets. On both sides of the street, people were standing in front of their houses. They were not even hanging fishers, so they couldn't go to the outer city to participate in the battle. Although there were very few people left on the street at this moment, no one bothered Xia Xiaochan and Han Fei. Many people even smiled at them and talked to them. Hey! Kids, come back alive. Don't die outside. Boy, don't be reckless in the outer city. If you can't beat the enemy, just retreat. Relax. Girl, don't get separated from him. It won't be easy to find him if you get separated in the outer city. Their blessings and exhortations made Han Fei feel very strange, yet warm at the same time. This city was better than he thought. The people in the city didn't have much internal strife. Perhaps they had no time or opportunity to fight internally. When Han Fei saw the gate of the city, the gate guards immediately shouted to the two of them, Hurry up. If you can survive, you will have tons of time to fall in love. Get out of the city now. Although they were shouting at them, they didn't rush them. These guards seemed to be able to understand them. Maybe this young couple would part forever this time, so they didn't mind letting them spend more time together. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan arrived in the outer city, the guards immediately said, Come on, you two intermediate dangling fishers, stay in the last batch, in the inner circle. As he said, the soldier looked at the two of them and said with a smile, Don't panic. We have fought 186 times in this kind of war. We could survive before, so can we this time. Just stand there and stay beside the inner city wall. Both Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were at a loss and obediently followed their arrangement. They had never seen such a scene before. As far as their eyes could see, there was a sea of people. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan stood next to the inner city wall. Even if they were going to fight, they would probably be the last batch to go out to fight, which was the special care for them. Standing with them were mostly young couples or junior dangling fishers, including people in the front row and the front row of the front row. In the sky, there were 8 hidden fishers, all with wings on their backs. Some were carrying armor boxes, some were carrying daggers, some were holding swords, and some were holding spears. The beautiful lady in a red robe that Han Fei saw just now was one of them. And in front of these people, there was a person in the sky farthest away. The figure of that person looked conspicuous because there was no one in the front, back, left, or right of him. It was very likely that he was even more powerful than hidden fishers. Han Fei looked over, secretly took a deep breath, and said to Xia Xiaochan, "I don't think this battle will be easy. Stay by my side." Xia Xiaochan said impatiently, I know. Cut the crap." A couple in front of them looked back with a smile. "Hey, it's okay. We experienced it once last year. At that time, we just went out of the city and came back shortly after." The girl of the couple was looking at Xia Xiaochan. "Sister, you are so beautiful." Yes, the girl seemed even younger than Xia Xiaochan, and Han Fei estimated that she was 13 years old at most. Xia Xiaochan looked a bit embarrassed. "You are also pretty," the girl said. "My name is Yining, Sun Yining." Xia Xiaochan took a look at Han Fei. "Hello, my name is Xia Xiaochan." And the boy quietly gave Han Fei a thumbs up, seeming to say, "Buddy, you're awesome to have such a beautiful wife." Han Fei tilted his head slightly, quietly gave the boy a triumphant smile, and then asked, "Bro, what's a big fish tide like? We haven't seen it before." The boy shrugged. "We haven't seen it either. I guess only the people in the front line can see it. It's said that blood can almost envelop our heavenly desolate city. I don't know whether it is true or not. However, when I went out last time, the smell of blood was really strong and many people didn't come back." Han Fei's mouth hung open. This description is a bit exaggerated. Blood can almost envelop this city? Then how many people have died? A boy not far from the side snorted. "It's too late when you see it. All 4 of my brothers died in the front. I didn't find a girlfriend this year because I didn't want to have a child, given that he will die sooner or later." Everyone was silent, a little embarrassed. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other and couldn't help feeling a bit sad. The fate of these people is really tragic. Everyone was waiting, but no one was impatient. Han Fei believed that if possible, everyone here hoped that the big fish tide could ebb away, and then they could return to the inner city with peace of mind and do what they usually liked to do. After waiting for a full hour or so, Han Fei suddenly heard the toot sound again, and the conch shell trumpet began to blare one after another, more and more loudly, lasting longer and longer. On the remote city wall, the fish skin drum thundered. The lonely figure in the front suddenly shouted, "Attention, Team 1 to Team 10, prepare to leave the city. Kill! Kill! Kill!" In the blood-boiling sound waves, 2 hidden fishers suddenly flew forward as if going to leave the city with the others. However, as soon as the 2 hidden fishers left, Han Fei saw another 2 Hidden fissures fly over, replenishing their positions. Xiao Xiaochan squeezed Han Fei's hand nervously, almost breaking the bone of his hand. Han Fei soothed her, "Don't panic. It's not our turn yet." The distance from the inner city wall to the outer city wall was not close, and there were many obstacles along the way, so Han Fei was not sure what was happening in the front. However, Hexagon Starfish suddenly said via voice transmission, "I feel a dangerous breath." Han Fei responded, "You're telling me everyone in the city has come out to prepare for the battle? Of course, it's dangerous." Bam. 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 Boom. Bang. Hiss. Hell. After the first few teams left the city, the sounds had never stopped. The battle was fierce. The sound of fighting had even crossed the outer city wall and reached inside. Another hidden fissure in the sky left the team and flew outside the city. It could be seen that there was definitely a pitched battle outside. Han Fei had seen how Xiaozhan fought. In Han Fei's eyes, Xiaozhan alone could be worth 1,000 troops. However, 3 masters at this level had joined the battle in such a short time. The sound of fish skin drums never stopped and the trumpets blared ceaselessly. The battle lasted for about an hour, and the man's voice came from the sky. Again, the 20 teams in front go out of the city and fill in 50,000 people. Han Fei heard the guards not far away said in astonishment, 50,000 people. More? So quickly? This year's war is fierce. Han Fei guessed that there were probably around 50,000 people in the 20 teams just now. Then, the 10 teams that had gone out of the city should include at least 20,000 people or more. 20,000 people, after an hour, and another 50,000 people went out? Han Fei was a bit stunned. What kind of damn war is this? This time, 3 hidden fissures left, but only 2 hidden fissures came out and replenished their positions, so there were only 6 hidden fissures in the sky. Now. Xiao Xiaochan shivered. There must be a tough war outside. Han Fei nodded. Don't worry. We're different from them. In fact, Han Fei was not sure. If he died here, wouldn't he also become a ghost? It was getting dark, but everyone was staring nervously ahead, although nothing could be seen. There were still people chatting and talking just now. But now everyone was silent. 2 hours later. A loud bang resounded through the entire outer city. But after this loud noise, there was another thud after less than 2 minutes. The 30 teams in front, out of the city. Hurry up. Above the sky, another 3 hidden fissures left. And this time only one person filled up the position, resulting in only 4 hidden fissures in the sky. Han Fei's expression became even more solemn. 70 to 80,000 people went out again? Outside the city, cries of war echoed high in the sky, and all kinds of brilliant lights were shining in the sky, unusually conspicuous in the dark night. When it was late at night, the noise outside abated a little bit. And the people at the front inside the city wall were already in an uproar. Han Fei and the others saw 2 hidden fissures flying back. One of them was the beautiful woman in a red robe, who looked miserable at this moment. There seemed to be a big hole in her chest, and she lost a wing. She could barely fly in the air, even with the help of another hidden fissure. Ahead, the crowd was roaring, make way, make a passage. In the back, all the teenagers dodged to both sides of the road, all of them tense. Because Han Fei was closest to the south gate of the inner city, after a while, he saw a lot of people sent to the inner city, being carried on stretchers, limping, or being carried on others' backs. Among the wounded, some lost their arms, some lost their legs, and some were covered with wounds cut by sharp blades, blood streaming down. Anyway, among the people Han Fei saw, no one was intact, all drenched in blood. The blood was quite strange in color, some green, some blue, some yellow, and some red. Puff. Han Fei looked at the sight tensely, and suddenly saw a wounded man that was being carried back suddenly vomit a few mouthfuls of blood, and there were worms in the blood he vomited. He also noticed that someone had been deeply poisoned, his skin had completely turned blue, and the blood flowing from his mouth was no longer red but blue. Black. Spirit gatherers, an urgent call for spirit gatherers to come to the inner city for help. Xia Xiaochan seemed to be shocked by this scene. Although she was very violent and able to fight, she had never seen such a scene. Every minute, dozens or even hundreds of people were sent into the inner city, looking miserable. Almost immediately, many people responded, "I am a spirit gatherer." "Me too. I can help. I'm both a spirit gatherer and a hunter. I can help too." 1111. Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei. She knew what an excellent spirit gatherer Han Fei was. In the whole Blue Sea town, Xia Xiaochan hadn't seen a spirit gatherer who was more talented than Han Fei. However, Han Fei looked at her with a pale look and shook his head slightly. He said to her via voice transmission, "I can't help them. If this war destroyed the city, I may be able to temporarily rescue 10 or 100 people, but that won't change the result of the war at all." Xia Xiaochan frowned. "But are we just gonna watch them die?" Han Fei took a deep breath. "I know this choice is cruel, but I must preserve my strength. This is their world and their city, but our world is not here." Han Fei clenched his fist tightly. He wanted to rush up to save these people. However, his reason told him this simply wouldn't work. A spirit gatherer was too powerless for this level of war. If the city wouldn't be destroyed if Han Fei chose to save these people, he wouldn't hesitate to come up to help. But he and Xia Xiaochan both knew that the undersea city had been destroyed countless years ago, and now there were only undead creatures and hero souls left there. Han Fei frowned. "I'm afraid this battle will not be easy. We've gotta get out. Remember not to flash around after going out." Xia Xiaochan nodded and her little face turned pale. The rescue operation lasted for about half an hour and the trumpets blared again with a toot. Immediately, the voice of the person in front echoed in the sky again, "The first 50 teams go out of the city. All hanging fishers go out of the city." Han Fei gasped. "The first 50 teams? Hundreds of thousands go out of the city? What the hell is going on outside?" Han Fei looked at the 4 hidden fishers floating in the sky with an ominous premonition. Why did the person in front demand the hanging fishers to go out of the city? Does he want to conserve strength? He's sending them to their deaths. One night passed quietly. Han Fei was already numb. About 60% of the teams had gone out of the city. The rescue operation like the one just now happened again at dawn. This time, it was even worse than the last one. Some people had almost lost their human form when they were taken back. Had it not been for the fact that they still had the last breath due to their strong physique, they looked just like dead people. The short hour lasted until the sun rose above sea level and then until the sun half set. Unconsciously, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan seemed to have become The last batch of people who were about to go out of the city. At this moment, they were only less than a kilometer away from the outer city wall. Han Fei counted it down, only to find that there were only 100 teams left. Although each queue was very long horizontally, now they began to shrink from horizontal to vertical. All soldiers out. The strong master in the air stepped out. This was the first time he had left that place since last night. This person didn't say any useless words from beginning to end, nor did he say anything inspiring. Now even the commander had gone out of the city, which showed how pitched the battle was. Han Fei found that every soldier looked determined, including the little lovers around them. At this last moment, they were all pouring out their hearts to their lovers, encouraging each other and making promises that even they themselves didn't believe in. Han Fei grabbed Xia Xiaochan's hand and said, "When we go out, you must not go crazy. If you have such feelings, tell me right away." Xia Xiaochan suddenly said, "If we die here, can we go back?" Han Fei shook his head. "No matter what, we can't die. We can't bet our lives. Now that we came here alive, we can leave here alive. So, no matter what happens, you must retain your strength." Han Fei held Xia Xiaochan's hand and started to rush out with others. The people around all shouted in unison, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" No one knew if they were encouraging themselves or what. Anyway, when Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan left the outer city with the crowd, almost instantly, a strong smell of blood and fish came upon them. That smell was simply disgusting. And Han Fei finally saw what it was like outside the city. Above the distant sky, hidden fishers were fighting. Because the battle of strong masters of this level would affect the people around extensively, they couldn't fight too close to the city but could only stay in the distant sky, far away from the city. Han Fei saw dozens of huge tentacles above the sky as if growing out of the clouds. The tentacles fought with humans, breaking out ripples of spiritual energy in the air, and even the floating clouds were shaken away. In front of his eyes, everyone was rushing forward. The battlefield was 3,000 meters away. It seemed that humans had kept the battlefield 3,000 meters away. However, Han Fei could see that 2-story-tall lobsters, giant crabs rampaging from side to side, and gigantic octopuses waving their huge tentacles from time to time, as well as mantis shrimp, red-haired big-mouthed crabs, swallowing worms, spherical creatures, water-shaped creatures, and many nameless creatures, were crowded on the far front line. The glow from combat skills almost obscured the entire battlefield. The phantoms of various spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts appeared and fought from time to time. Someone shouted, "Block it! Dash forward! We must guard the outer city." Someone roared, "Choose a target. If you can't beat it, just change one, and hand it over to the strong." As Han Fei approached the battlefield, he heard some crying and some howling. Han Fei saw that a person lost his direction and ran to his side. He looked in. Pain as golden nematodes were drilling out of his body. When Han Fei was about to help him out of his misery, a layer of flame suddenly burst out of his body, and then a dagger flashed and killed him. Quickly, Xia Xiaochan made a move, faster than Han Fei. Han Fei turned to look at her. Xia Xiaochan looked serious. "No matter what. Now that we've been here, we should fight this battle well. Let's retreat when we can't resist them." Han Fei glanced at her deeply and then nodded. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something soft underfoot. He took a look and found that There was sand under his feet and seawater had spread here. Huh? Beach? Han Fei knew that the city had fallen from above. But was there a beach outside the city? Did it mean that this city would be submerged at any time? As he was thinking, 100 teams had already rushed into the battlefield. It was like a meteorite collision. Han Fei saw countless rocks rolling in the water, human-eating fish jumping out of the sand, countless moon-like blades cutting at the crowd, and huge crabs rampaging everywhere. This was not the point. The point was that Han Fei saw an inferior manfish. Han Fei frowned. Be careful. That's an inferior manfish who is good at soul attacks. Xia Xiaochan was surprised. Inferior manfish? Han Fei smashed a mess-swallowing worm with the embroidery needle and said, without looking back, yes, very powerful, a marine creature equivalent to a hanging fisher. As they talked, many thread-like worms gushed from under Han Fei's feet. Han Fei's eyelids twitched and he replaced the embroidery needle with the water dividing seal. As he swung the seal at the worms, spiritual energy exploded, shaking all the worms within tens of meters into dust. He looked back, only to see that Xia Xiaochan had turned into a shadow and jumped onto a big octopus, and hundreds of shadow blades rotating around and cutting the big octopus frantically. Upon seeing this, Han Fei summoned dozens of blue sea wandering dragon daggers out of his body and drove them at the octopus. In a blink of an eye, under the offensive attack of the two, the big octopus was cut into many sections. At this time, the big phantom of a crab behind had already attacked them with its pincers. Not only crabs, but at least 5 mess-swallowing worms also suddenly rushed over. In the distance, nematodes also began to gather. Not far away, someone wailed, "Inin." Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan froze and then looked back, only to find that the girl named Sun Inin had a scorpion tail pierced through her abdomen and the light blue venom had spread in her body. And her young lover drove the weapons in the armor box to attack the sea scorpion frantically and controlled a large sickle to cut the scorpion into 2 pieces. Bam! With Xia Xiaochan as the center, thousands of shadowless knives flashed in the air and instantly cut a few mess-swallowing worms that dashed at them into dozens of segments. Han Fei instructed, "Calm down." Xia Xiaochan appeared beside Sun Yinin with a dark look and pulled out the scorpion tail. After Han Fei killed the surrounding marine creatures, he rushed over and immediately used the divine healing technique on Sun Yinin. However, he found with regret that the girl was not only pierced in her lower abdomen, but also in her heart. The boy was crying bitterly. Xia Xiaochan frowned, clenching the dagger in her hands hard. Han Fei gritted his teeth and stomped amidst the shock of spiritual energy. All the blue sea wandering dragon daggers rushed out of his body and rotated crazily 10 meters away from him, and the blade light turned into a circle of cold light, shattering all the creatures in this range. Han Fei raised his eyes and looked around. There were sea beasts everywhere. The water was full of creatures like mess-swallowing worms, sea scorpions, and crabs. Compared to marine creatures, humans were much smaller in size, but also much more flexible, so they could jump around in the water. Every blow was an extremely dangerous challenge. Han Fei suddenly successfully repelled so many sea creatures, which cheered many people around him up. A spirit gatherer took the initiative to lead spiritual energy into Han Fei's body and shouted, "Brother, take it easy. Don't use too much force at the beginning." Someone acclaimed, "Well done." It was just because of Han Fei's outburst that when a sharp howling sounded, the creatures around Han Fei all retreated, and in the water, a black shadow swam over quickly. Han Fei shouted, "Xia Xiaochan, watch out!" Swish! Xia Xiaochan flashed and appeared dozens of meters away, the two daggers in her hands were burning with flames, setting off two blazing lights in the water. The shadow in the water jumped up and a harpoon shot out of the water, setting off waves and blocking Xia Xiaochan's attack head-on. A string of data appeared in Han Fei's eyes. Name: Inferior Manfish, Low-Level Sea Demon. Introduction: a sea demon with immature intelligence, cruel and murderous. Because the species is inferior, it is impossible to judge which creature it evolved from. Level 42. Spiritual Energy 4216/4998 Demon Heritage, Level 3, Mid-Quality. Realm Awakened. Associated Spirit Blue-tailed Scorpion. Unabsorbable. Han Fei's face changed slightly, and he immediately said, "Let's go up together. Cooperate with me." Xia Xiaochan turned into a shadow again, and Han Fei followed closely behind her, pushing the embroidery needle at the harpoon with his palm. Boom! The impact shook the surrounding seawater nearly 100 meters away. Han Fei was shaken several tens of meters away by the harpoon and then slid for several tens of meters on the sand, but he felt a sense of comfort. What great strength! The inferior manfish seemed to be stunned by Han Fei, and he rolled dozens of times under the water because of the blow from Han Fei. It had never thought that a dangling fisher could actually resist its blow head-on. Han Fei shook his hand, stomped a pit on the ground, and attacked again. This time, the embroidery needle flashed with spiritual energy, and 9 tails appeared instantly behind Han Fei. But the inferior manfish didn't move, and suddenly a big blue scorpion appeared, stabbing its tail at a shadow. The shadow was naturally Xia Xiaochan. She flashed and appeared behind the inferior manfish, thrusting her daggers into the inferior manfish's shoulders with supreme stab. Crack! The inferior manfish stumbled. Its back was laid open to the bone with 2 huge knife marks, and blue sticky blood flowed out of his body. When the scorpion tail whipped at her again, Xia Xiaochan dodged the scorpion tail and appeared on its head like a shadow. Then, she slashed and thrust daggers into the scorpion shell. Xia Xiaochan's offensive created a favorable opportunity for Han Fei. While the inferior manfish leaned back, Han Fei flashed in the air and hit the inferior manfish's chest with the embroidery needle. Puff! A large amount of blue blood spewed from the mouth of the inferior manfish. Its chest was sunken, and the bones on its back were exposed by the blow from Han Fei. Before Han Fei attacked again, a cold light pierced the inferior manfish's back neck. With the flick of the cold light, an ugly fish head fell into the water. Hiss! With the death of the inferior manfish, the big blue scorpion lost its strength and reeled right and left. After 3 minutes, it lay down in the sea and stopped moving. Great! Good job! Good! Amazing! Awesome, these two are really strong. When the people around applauded, a figure arrived quickly. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan immediately recognized that this was a hanging fisher whose strength overawed them. However, the man took a deep look at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. 2. Intermediate dangling fishers can kill a low-level sea demon? Great! You guys just support us in this sea area. Don't come to the central battlefield. With that, this person immediately disappeared. He saw an inferior man-fish here, so he quickly came over to help. However, although he came extremely fast, when he rushed here, the inferior man-fish's head had been cut off. If at ordinary times, he would definitely bring Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan into the inner city, train them well, and help them develop. But now it was a critical moment of the battle, and he couldn't be distracted. He thought if the two of them survived this battle, he would take them back to train them. Killing the inferior man-fish, Han Fei grinned and immediately sent some spiritual energy into Xia Xiaochan's body. It seems that we can kill a hanging fisher now. Xia Xiaochan tilted her head. That big scorpion seems to be its contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei didn't speak. He was not clear what exactly an associated spirit was. However, he thought it should be something like human spiritual beasts. At this moment, he couldn't help being curious about what Yang Ruoyan's associated spirit was. He didn't see it back then. While the people were still cheering for them slaying an inferior man-fish, suddenly there was a loud shout in the sky. Big blade slaying dragon. Under the shocked stare of many people, in the distant sky, a middle-aged man was surrounded by 3 creatures. A spherical creature, an octopus monster, and a gigantic crab. The knife in the middle-aged man's hand broke inch by inch. In the next second, a sky-shaking sword light cut through the sky and the 3 creatures that were at least the hidden fisher level were killed by the slash and their bodies fell from the sky. And the man was not dead yet, his whole body was burning with blood and qi. And his arms had turned into ashes. But he was still standing proudly and shouted again, man and knife in one. Then he was like a meteorite falling from the sky, smashing into the deep ocean far away. Boom. A wave hundreds of meters high was set off and a strong ripple spread across the sea. Han Fei's eyelids trembled as he saw this scene. A hidden fisher died so easily? Before he died, he turned into a sword and plunged into the sea, trying to take away one more marine creature with his life. Han Fei felt that under his clothes, hexagon starfish was clinging tightly to his shoulders. He was probably frightened. The battle continued and Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had been fighting for nearly 2 hours. Strong as Xia Xiaochan, her combat power was getting exhausted at this moment. What was getting exhausted was not her spiritual energy, but power. After all, Xia Xiaochan was only a dangling fisher, and after 2 hours of killing, what she lacked was not merely spiritual energy. Han Fei immediately threw her a spiritual fruit. Eat it. Take a break. Xia Xiaochan flashed with the spiritual fruit in her mouth and landed next to a girl in the next second, helping her kill the man-eating fish around her. Han Fei's clothes were torn to pieces. He looked around, only to find the rhythm of the battlefield seemed to never change. The battlefield looked exactly like what it was when they came out. The only difference was that the seawater under his feet had already been dyed red. Along the coast, as far as he could see, there were corpses everywhere, piled like mountains. Boom. Let's go, come on. Danger. At this moment, Hexagon Starfish, who hadn't spoken for a long time suddenly shouted, giving Han Fei a startle. He looked up and saw that in the sky, a sword shadow traversed dozens of miles in an instant and was nailed into the deep sea. Han Fei gasped and grabbed Xia Xiaochan's hand with a jerk. Retreat. Not only Han Fei, but many other people were also retreating towards the gate of the city. A hidden fisher shouted in the sky, move the front line back. Stop fighting. Retreat. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something was wrong. He looked down, only to find that the seawater under his feet had flowed back into the sea. Damn it. It was definitely not a good thing to see the sea flowing backwards. He didn't know who released the sword light just now, nor did he know what the sword light would do. He only knew that the sword light was so strong that he would be crushed as soon as it touched him. Xiao Shaochan said to him, "Something's wrong. The ground is shaking." Han Fei looked at the trembling gravel with a solemn look. Suddenly, someone beside them shouted, "Look! What is that?" Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan quickly looked back, and then they were stunned as if being struck by lightning. What came into view was a crab, a huge crab, nearly 1,000 meters wide and several hundred meters tall. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed. F***ck. Xiao Shaochan's eyes widened. What a big crab. Perhaps because the crab was too huge, the data that Han Fei could only read at close range under normal circumstances was already in his eyes now. Name, Crab General, Sea Demon. Introduction, the king of crabs who rules a certain sea area. It was born after countless transformations and evolutions in the endless years and has very strong defensive ability, with extremely high spiritual knowledge and excellent intelligence. It is the king of a sea area. Level? Spiritual energy? Demon heritage? Realm? Associated spirit? Unabsorbable. At that time, Han Fei was almost desperate. I'm never afraid of fighting. Little crabs are simply a piece of cake for me. But how can I handle this Godzilla? I'll just leave this thing to those who have the ability to handle it. I don't have this ability anyway. I'm leaving. But Han Fei was relieved to see that one of the claws of this crab had been broken. The big tongue was gone, and only half of its claw was left. The crab waved its only claw, leaving a shining shadow in the sky, and cut through the clouds. In the end, a thunderous roar broke out in the sky. Boom. When the clouds dissipated, Han Fei saw that the commander was standing in the sky, with one hand behind his back and the other holding a sword. Back off. The man's voice was deafening and echoed over the vast sea. Human. Die. As the crab waved its only claw, devastating floods formed in the distance. In the sky, the sword-holding man looked back. Everyone, fight and retreat. Into the city. The city gate opened and the guards, drenched in blood, were organizing a retreat. However, too many people were retreating and there was still a sea of marine creatures chasing behind, making it impossible for them to retreat in time. Fortunately, some people climbed the walls and entered the city. Although the city wall was high, it was only 500 meters or so tall, which wouldn't be an obstacle for dangling fishers. Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan were evacuating, following the crowd. Han Fei turned pale. We're going to lose this city. Such a big wave will definitely fill the whole city with water. Xiao Shaochan retreated and looked at the ground. No, have you noticed that? The city is descending. Just now, when we came out, the ocean was 3,000 meters away. But now, look at the watermark. Han Fei was stunned when he heard the words. And then, he was surprised to find that there were signs of flooding only 500 meters outside the city. Han Fei couldn't help thinking, if this city fell from the sky, how can it still float on the sea? Either, there was something holding the city underneath, or Han Fei suddenly looked at the city wall. This city has a huge formation. That was the only reason that Han Fei could think of. Although he couldn't believe that there would be such a big formation guarding this city. There Didn't seem to be another possibility. Retreat, retreat. Stop fighting. Hiss. The ground was shaking and the hidden fishers were shouting. Hanfei looked back and found that countless shrimp shadows appeared on the huge waves. Yes, he saw it clearly. These were definitely shrimp. He certainly could recognize shrimp heads. Swish. 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 In the shadow of the waves, shrimp spines shot out like locusts all over the sky, and every shrimp spine flashed with spiritual energy. At this moment, Hanfei just arrived at the city wall with Xia Xiaochan. Because they couldn't get in the city gate, they could only climb the wall. Hanfei shouted, "After you." With that, Hanfei suddenly grabbed Xia Xiaochan's hand and shook it upward. The huge force made Xia Xiaochan's petite body shoot straight into the sky, like a sharp arrow. In the end, Xia Xiaochan flashed, standing on the city wall, and shouted to Han Fei, "Come on, climb up." Han Fei glanced at Xia Xiaochan. "Wait for me, I'll come right away." Then he suddenly stopped in front of the city gate and took out the water dividing seal, which turned into a large seal more than 30 meters high in the blink of an eye. Xia Xiaochan stomped her feet with anger. He told her not to be stupid, but what was he doing now? Being stupid? Han Fei knew that this city was going to be destroyed and there might be stronger creatures showing up soon. But at the gate of the city, there were tens of thousands of people, many of whom had no combat power left at all and were even unable to climb the city wall. All they could do was look back at the shrimp spines all over the sky and wait to die. When Han Fei saw those desperate eyes, his mind suddenly went blank. Han Fei murmured to himself, "I can block the shrimps. But I'll only block one wave. I can only block one damn wave." Hexagon Starfish was shocked. "Are you crazy? Master Hexagon, at this moment, you've gotta trust me." "No, I just want to return to the land of starfish." Han Fei scoffed. "Shut up." Behind Han Fei, someone yelled, "That boy, go away. We don't need a kid to rescue us. Leave. Don't waste your talent, kill as many sea demons as possible for me." "Hey! Don't try to block them. It's not going to work. Don't waste your life in vain." Han Fei turned his head, grinned, grabbed the embroidery needle, and thrust it into the ground. "Grow larger." Then the embroidery needle became thicker and taller. However, when the embroidery needle grew to a height of about 50 meters, it stopped. Han Fei sighed. "Hey! What's wrong with you? Monkey King's golden cudgel can even break through the sky. I don't expect so much from you, but can't you even grow as tall as this city?" However, the embroidery needle did not respond. Clank, clank, clank. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the water-dividing seal was being attacked frantically. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be hundreds of shrimp spines bombarding it. Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei used the Majestic Mystic Spell, the muscles on his body burst, and the terrifying power spread to his limbs. Even with the water-dividing seal and the embroidery needle blocking the shrimp spines, Han Fei still felt deeply helpless. There were too many shrimp spines, which almost blotted out the sky and covered up the earth with overwhelming power. Fool. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong under his feet. A shadow entangled his feet and then turned into Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei was furious. "I told you to stay up there." Xia Xiaochan grunted. "If you don't go up, I won't either. If you die, I will." Die with you. Han Fei's body shuddered. No one had ever said this to him in his 2 lives. Xiao Xiaochan was the first one. He looked at her again, who looked so serious and resolute. Han Fei suddenly grinned, injected all his spiritual energy into the water dividing seal, and roared, gritting his teeth. I, Han Fei, am the chosen one. I will not die here. Clank, clank, clank. The dense shrimp spines fell on the water-dividing seal like hailstones, making clanking sounds. Puff. Behind Han Fei, at the city gate, someone cursed, "Shit, children nowadays are too disobedient. You've got guts. Boy, if you survive this battle, I bet you will reach the peak someday. Okay, kid, you blocked a wave of the shrimps. Now you can get the hell out of here." Han Fei turned around and smiled with difficulty. Then, he saw a cyan light mask emerging from the city wall. All the shrimp spines were actually blocked out of the light mask. Sure enough, there is a formation. Puff. Han Fei sank to the ground, the water-dividing seal became palm-sized, and the embroidery needle turned to its normal size without the support of spiritual energy. Han Fei was exhausted but still smiled. I'm almost shaken to death. As soon as he put away the embroidery needle and the water-dividing seal, Han Fei felt like he was being picked up. Xiao Xiaochan grabbed him by the collar, jumped several times, and landed on the city wall that was full of spines. Han Fei had tried his best and could only buy some time for those people. He didn't think he could block another wave of shrimp attacks. He didn't know how many shrimp spines he had blocked. Anyway, he should have saved many people. Xiao Xiaochan said angrily, "From now on, you need to listen to me. Don't run around." With that said, Xiao Xiaochan took Han Fei's hand, jumped down the city, and ran towards the inner city. Han Fei ran and said, "Hey, slow down. I'm afraid we can't get into the inner city." Xiao Xiaochan asked, "Why not?" Han Fei smiled bitterly. "Don't forget, when we entered the undersea city, the outer city was also a battlefield. At this moment, the top priority is not to run to the inner city, but to take a rest, regain physical strength, and restore our combat power to its peak." Then he took out the yellow blood sea cucumber that he hadn't finished eating, and handed Xiao Xiaochan a large piece of sea cucumber meat. Xiao Xiaochan was speechless. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about eating. Xiao Xiaochan took a bite of the sea cucumber, regardless of the taste, and asked, "As you can see, we are not going to win this battle. But can we only go back when we win this battle?" Han Fei gave a wry smile. "Who knows? Anyway, try to stay alive. Unless there are only 2 of us left in this city, unless we are besieged, we must stay alive." Xiao Xiaochan nodded hard. "I have a feeling that this secret realm is not meant to make us fight this battle. The city was destroyed countless years ago. What's the point for us to fight this war? Even if we win, can these dead people in the undersea city come back to life?" Han Fei smiled. "I'll tell you why. It's because this is an opportunity." Opportunity? Xiao Xiaochan was greatly confused. She really couldn't see where the opportunity was. Han Fei explained, "We can travel back in time. Here. What great experts do you think are capable of that?" Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. "I don't know." Han Fei put on a smile. "I don't think any of the people we saw today are capable of doing that. The swordsman we saw just now was strong, wasn't he? But I think that he is only as good as a law enforcer, or an explorer at best. Anyway, he can't be stronger than Old Bai. Do you think Old Bai can go back to the past? Xiao Xiaochan shook her head again. Of course not. If he could, he would have gone back a long time ago. And what happened to the Thug Academy 30 years ago wouldn't have happened. Han Fei nodded. That's right. Therefore, this power must be something that we can't understand. So, whoever put us in this place definitely has a purpose. Xiao Xiaochan glanced at Han Fei. That doesn't help at all. I too know that. They have a purpose. But what is the purpose exactly? To save everybody in the city? Han Fei shrugged. Why don't we take a guess? Assuming that we're not here to save anyone, we will not be fighting the grand fish tides. Then why are we back here? Xiao Xiaochan thought a long time, but eventually shook her head, indicating that she didn't know the answer. Squinting, Han Fei said, either they have something that they want to tell us, or they have a last wish that they want us to carry out for them. Obviously, when everybody in this city is dead, certain secrets would be buried, and whoever is behind this doesn't want to see that. Xiao Xiaochan's eyes glittered. Huh? I think I've got it. Han Fei was stunned. Huh? What have you got? Xiao Xiaochan said in delight, it's the royal fortress. There's a royal fortress at the center of the inner city. If there are indeed secrets, they must be buried in the royal fortress. Blinking his eyes, Han Fei said, then let's go to the inner city already. Regretfully, by the time Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan came to the gate, many city guards had been gathered there. Most of them were drenched in blood and looked ferocious. It was impossible for Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan to sneak in. A hidden fisher returned, with a missing arm. He shouted from a high place. Everybody, march to the outer city and hold it. In the crowd, someone asked, My lord, how long do we have to hold it? Can we win this war? The hidden fisher said coldly, the inner city must not fall whether or not we win. Here, the lifelong efforts of our ancestors are kept. Your family and friends live here too. The inner city must not fall. After the hidden fisher's roar, all the city guards bashed their spears on the ground, with intense brutality emanating from them. Xiao Xiaochan asked, What do we do now? Han Fei said, We wait. Han Fei didn't have a choice. He couldn't simply break into the inner city now that it had been locked down. The people around him were upset and angry, but eventually, they all heaved a sigh and accepted their fate. What could they do? They had to protect the inner city. Who would fight if they went away? If everybody backed off, it would only be a matter of time before the inner city fell. In the distant sky, a battle was going on. A glittering sword cut through the clouds, and the shocking pincers seemed able to squeeze the earth apart. A tide almost 1,000 meters high was pushed close. Under everybody's watch, it crashed into the array that protected the city like a mad bull. Instantly, the earth was shaking, and buildings were collapsing. Han Fei saw that the green array suddenly dimmed and was almost broken by the terrifying power. After the clash of tide, Han Fei knew that the places outside of the city must have been drowned. Everybody raised their heads and looked at the aftermath of the tide. When the tide passed, seawater was flowing down from the top as if it were running on a glass cover. Though not a drip of the seawater entered the city, it was definitely a magnificent, shocking, and devastating scene. Someone sighed next to Han Fei. There's no need to run. A fight is inevitable. No matter where we escape to. It's better to fight and die here than to flee. Someone grinned crazily. I will sacrifice myself for the peace of this city. Even if I die and turn into a ghost, I will not yield to those goddamn creatures. A man even took out a dried fish and chewed it. Fish are just food. No matter how strong they've become, someone stronger will put them in their mouth and eat them. Many people were desperate at this moment, but desperation did not seem helpful at all. So, everybody abandoned their weakness and decided to have one last try. Han Fei wouldn't have been touched if only one or two of them did that, but when hundreds and thousands of people did the same, even Han Fei was touched by their emotion. Xia Xiaochan, on the other hand, gritted her teeth, with tears shaking in her eyes. Han Fei spoke telepathically, don't be reckless. Let's keep waiting. They waited about half an hour. Instead of a second tide, what came to them was a gigantic, sky-reaching pincer break. At that moment, everybody in the city saw that someone turned into a streak of light and waved his sword mysteriously in front of the giant pincer. After his slash, the clouds dispersed, and the aura of the sword swept across half of the sky. Even space was torn apart with black gaps. Crack. 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 The crab's charge remained inexorable, but it was already full of cracks. When it was about to crash into the array, its pincers were shattered to smithereens. Every piece of its pincers were sparkling brilliantly in the air before they hit the green array in the next second. Bam! 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 For a moment, ripples were spreading out on the array that protected the city because of the overwhelming pieces. After each crash, the city would shake. The ground below Han Fei's feet had always been trembling without a moment of tranquility. Xia Xiaochan took a deep breath and asked, is that giant crab dead? Han Fei swallowed. I don't know. You saw the slash just now. I think it's probably dead, isn't it? Han Fei wasn't very sure. He was truly amazed by the sword attack just now. The aura of the sword pressed infinitely and cut the mountainous crab into pieces instantly. It was not hard to imagine how powerful the attack was. Crack. When everybody saw that the array that protected the city blocked the crab's attack, an enormous crack suddenly appeared on the green array. Humming noises echoed along with an earthquake. The moment the green array was cracked, another overwhelming tide came close. Many people forgot what they were doing and they looked up at the sky. Crack. Crack. The one crack on the circle suddenly led to thousands of cracks, sprawling over everybody's head in the blink of an eye. Right when everybody thought that the green circle would be broken, the tide ebbed, and the array survived it. Who? Everybody took a breath of relief subconsciously. Many had anxious sweat all over their head. Look. What's that? Someone saw that a crab that was not large in size was hanging on the green array. Bam! Crack! Instantly, as if a scorching sun was rising, the green array exploded, and the tide that hadn't fully ebbed simply flooded into the city. Attack! Attack! Be prepared for battle. Everybody, cheer up. Son by *ch, it's now or never, brothers. Many people lost their hope when the array was broken, although they knew that it would have been broken all the time when a few more tides came. At this moment, the hidden fisher shouted from the city wall, sorry. Everybody. I ask you to sacrifice yourselves. Someone said with a smile, we've resisted for so many years. It's enough. We aren't scared of anything. Someone exclaimed, finally, we don't have to hold it back anymore. Brothers, let's hope that we can fight side by side again in our next life. Everybody was excited. Han Fei could clearly sense that they were fearless of death. They had probably long been determined to be sacrifices. Han Fei grabbed Xia Xiaochan's hand, fearing that she would be reckless. He could tell that the people around him were crazy. They had fused with their spiritual beasts and attached their contractual spiritual beasts before the tide came. Some of them even ran forward, as if they were going to greet the next tide. Undoubtedly, there would be tremendous sea treasures in the tide. Han Fei spoke telepathically, don't charge. Let's just stay here. We'll enter the inner city after the city guards and the hidden fisher are out. Han Fei was not planning to fight this battle. They weren't here to fight a battle, and certainly not one that they obviously couldn't win. As they spoke, the huge tide came close. The war had come to an end. This was different from a regular tsunami. Han Fei couldn't possibly estimate how powerful a tsunami of such a level could be. Many people underestimated the power of water. Under the scourge of the flood, no obstacles in its way could stand. The tide rolled and fell. After just one slap, the defensive positions in the front were instantly reduced to debris. The people up ahead had been knocked away by the tide before they were ready. They floundered in the seawater before they were killed by the sea creatures. In their dizziness, on the top of the tide, some manfish were screeching while they rode on the tide. There was no telling what they were saying. Those manfish had great control over water. They stood on the tide, entered the water, and came back to the surface. It seemed that the tide was a trench for them. The hidden fisher on the city wall was the first to charge out. Though he only had one arm left, his sword was still too brutal to be resisted by regular creatures. As for the hanging fishers, Han Fei didn't see any of them. They seemed to have always been in the front line without coming to the rear. At this point, only several city guards were left to defend the gate to the inner city, and the rest charged forward too. Phew. Phew. The tide came very fast. Probably because it was too huge and advanced, it took only an hour for the tide to drown the outer city. It was not hard to imagine how ferocious the tide was. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were consumed by the tide almost in the blink of an eye. But thankfully, by the time the tide reached this place, it had lost most of its momentum. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan waved their weapons now and then in the water. Every time Xia Xiaochan's shadowless blade appeared, a sea creature would die. Han Fei was even more unstoppable. His blue sea wandering dragon dagger spun like a torpedo. The million knife art couldn't be more effective in a group fight. No creatures could survive 1 second around Han Fei or Xia Xiaochan. But there were too many creatures. After only a few minutes, Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore. He couldn't see anything now, and he could only perceive the sea creatures with his mind. Under his mental senses, broken pieces were everywhere, including fish meat, crab shells, shrimp tails, and worm claws. Earlier, Han Fei had doubted how the city could be enshrouded in blood, but he was now convinced. The blood flowing in the seawater was enough to pave a floor for this city. When two man-fish got their eyes on Han Fei knew that he couldn't stay in the outer city anymore, as the man-fish had surpassed the resistance. and made their way to the rear. Han Fei said, "Xia Xiaochan." Xia Xiaochan replied, "We'll each take one of them." Xia Xiaochan was as good as Han Fei in terms of individual combat. Han Fei had seen that when they hunted the man fish in the outer city. So, Han Fei did not keep anything to himself. When a harpoon was stabbed to his chest, his blood-drinking knife glowed. Pucci. It was beyond the man-fish's expectation that an intermediate dangling fisher could have performed such a skillful attack. Half of the man-fish was cut open. When its codependent creature showed up, Han Fei cut it again quickly. Crack! The harpoon was broken. After drawing his blade 3 times, Han Fei finally executed the man-fish. When Han Fei swam at Xia Xiaochan, he found that the girl was threading a red lightning bolt through a man-fish, which was riddled with holes from head to webs. Han Fei was rather surprised. "Xia Xiaochan, what's that battle technique?" Xia Xiaochan landed on Han Fei's side after a flash. "It's the 1,000 strike technique. I dug it out from the cave of death." Both of them were nauseous when they jumped out of the water. The outer city had just completely turned to hell. The seawater here couldn't be filthier. Exactly at this moment, a hidden fisher flew backwards at them. Han Fei saw a harpoon in his chest, which seemed to be from a man-fish. The hidden fisher was flying exactly towards Han Fei. As it happened, a red man-fish emerged from the tide 1,000 meters away and glanced at them coldly. The hidden fisher was rather grave. He was briefly stunned to see Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Suddenly, he clapped his hands and raised a tide that pushed Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, while he said, "Go to the inner city." The hidden fisher was too fast and strong for Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan to resist. Hardly had Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan seen the tide when they found themselves in the inner city. The inner city wasn't any better than the outer city. It was now half drowned, and people were fighting everywhere. The city guards, in particular, were fighting in the inner city. At first, the experts above the level of dangling fisher were fighting in the outer city, resulting in the weakness in the inner city area. Therefore, many city guards who retreated earlier did not go out again but stayed to defend the inner city. Han Fei's and Xia Xiaochan's sudden appearance stunned a city guard not far away, who did not see them coming at all. Those two were already here after a flash. The city guard immediately shouted at them, to the center of the inner city. "If you're already here, don't get yourselves killed." This city guard's spiritual beast was a big octopus, and only 4 of its 9 tentacles were left. Han Fei did not see other contractual spiritual beasts. They might have been killed. Silently, Han Fei dragged Xia Xiaochan to the center of the inner city. However, 2 manfish had jumped out before Han Fei ran 10 kilometers. This time, neither Han Fei nor Xia Xiaochan attacked, because they saw a scarlet manfish dozens of kilometers away. Though it was not near, they remembered that the hidden fisher in the outer city was defeated by a scarlet manfish. Shua. Attaching little gold to himself, Han Fei soared with Xia Xiaochan. Why would he fight when he might not even be able to escape? Far away, the scarlet man fish seemed to be attracted when Han Fei soared in the air. But it seemed to be occupied in another fight, so it simply threw a harpoon at Han Fei. Han Fei's face changed greatly. Damn it. I'm so far away from you. Am I in your way? The harpoon came so fast that Han Fei had no time to take any reaction. Bam! Han Fei sensed an enormous force, because Xia Xiaochan had thrown him out. When Han Fei looked back, he saw that the harpoon was only several dozen meters from Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei immediately exclaimed anxiously, "Xia Xiaochan." But Xia Xiaochan arrived at him in the next second. She grabbed Han Fei's arm and said palely, "Why are you yelling? Keep running." Han Fei was greatly relieved. Immediately, he flew to the center of the city at full speed. In the meantime, he cast the divine healing technique on Xia Xiaochan, because he felt blood on Xia Xiaochan's back. With an awful look on his face, Han Fei took out a couple of spiritual fruits and gave them to her. "Take them. They're all healing spiritual fruits." Xia Xiaochan was dazed. "Where did you get so many spiritual fruits?" Han Fei accelerated again. "I bought them." Far away, after the manfish's failed attack, it was fighting 3 hanging fishers. It was rather shocked to see that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan dodged its harpoon. The 3 hanging fishers were shocked too. They were not as strong as the manfish, but it was not a problem for them to see Han Fei clearly. An intermediate dangling fisher? Immediately, one of them quit the battle and chased Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. In the sky, Han Fei watched the city that had been half drowned, the manfish that were leaping out of water now and then, and the unstoppable sea creatures. He was greatly shocked. He simply used the majestic mystic spell again and further increased his speed. Because of that, many manfish tried to stop him. However, Han Fei couldn't be more brutal at this moment. He roared, "Whoever is in my way will die." A manfish jumped horizontally to him, but its head was squeezed and blown up by Han Fei with one hand. Han Fei was rather frightened on the way. What if the heavenly water village or Blue Sea town fell into the sea from the sky someday? It probably couldn't survive half a day in the level 3 fishery, could it? This city here, on the other hand, endured 187 attacks. Han Fei found it rather hard to believe. After flying about 500 kilometers, Han Fei saw a few athletic creatures chasing him in the water. Xia Xiaochan said, "They're not the scarlet manfish, but they seem stronger than the manfish we met earlier." Hew! 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 Another few harpoons were thrown at them, and Han Fei tried to block them with the 9-star chains. But after the first impact, Han Fei felt that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was injured. Even he rolled multiple times in the air. He had to fend off the last harpoon with the water-dividing seal. His face was rather pale, because he had consumed too much energy and the majestic mystic spell couldn't last much longer. Xia Xiaochan asked, "How are you doing?" Han Fei said, "I'm fine." Coldly, Han Fei was about to have another try, when he saw a man moving on a roof with a long bow. The man shot arrows of spiritual energy, locking onto the manfish that were hunting Han Fei. Because of the unexpected attack, the manfish were disrupted and had to jump out of the water. This time, Han Fei finally saw their look clearly. To Han Fei's surprise, those manfish were much more like human beings than the inferior manfish he saw before. Hiss! The inferior manfish Han Fei saw earlier were simply hideous, but the few manfish here were more or less acceptable. They were like unevolved primates, closer to regular human beings. Furthermore, Han Fei could even tell their gender from their face, which was another shock for Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan asked, "Huh? Can they really turn into human beings?" Han Fei replied awfully, I don't know. But we may have an answer if we can look at the red manfish more closely. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochuan dare not stay any longer, because their helper down below was shouting at them, "Go away now. There's only hope. If you're alive." Han Fei gritted his teeth. He didn't know why the man would help him and Xia Xiaochuan, when it was impossible for him to defeat 3 manfish as a mere hanging fisher. But before Han Fei figured out what was going on, he had goosebumps all over his body, as an enormous hand emerged behind him and Xia Xiaochuan. Everything became hazy in their eyes. In the next moment, they appeared on the roof of a building that hadn't been drowned yet. This building was more than 50 meters tall. It was white in general, dotted with black mysterious stones, which indicated that it was not common. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochuan came back to themselves, they saw a white-haired young man standing before them. The man's face was handsome without any wrinkles. Judging by his face, he was only in his 20s. Han Fei said, "Bro, you." Smack. Instantly, Han Fei was slapped in the forehead, and he fell on the ground because of the force. After a flash, Xia Xiaochuan pressed out a supreme stab. Huh? The young man moved and dodged Xia Xiaochuan's attack easily. Han Fei said quickly, "Xia Xiaochuan, stop." Xia Xiaochuan flashed back to Han Fei and stared at the man warily. Han Fei exerted strength in his feet and stood up. He said palely, "Dude. That's too much." Smack. Hardly had Han Fei stood up when he was slapped and fell again. He couldn't be more stunned at this moment, because he didn't know how the man attacked at all. Xia Xiaochuan yelled angrily, "Hey, who are you exactly? What do you want?" The young man said peacefully, "You 2 kids have no respect for your seniors at all. Bro? Dude? I'm older than your grandpa, do you know that?" Huh? Han Fei and Xia Xiaochuan were both stunned. "Who are you trying to fool? You're pretending to be old when your face is so young? Just because you've dyed your hair white?" But Han Fei was smart enough not to call him bro or dude anymore. After he rose, he stepped back with Xia Xiaochuan. Who was this guy exactly? He hadn't quite figured out yet, but he knew that the man was strong. Then, the man gazed at Xia Xiaochuan, with contentment in his eyes. Han Fei immediately stood before Xia Xiaochuan and declared, "Hey? What are you staring at?" The young man replied with a casual smile, "Yesterday, my 186th son told me that he met a very beautiful girl. He must have been referring to you, Han Fei?" Xia Xiaochuan? Dazed, Han Fei asked, "No. Wait a moment, your which son?" The young man grinned. "My 186th. Huh?" Han Fei gasped hard and looked back at Xia Xiaochuan with disbelief. Xia Xiaochuan asked, "You are the mayor of the city?" The young man nodded. "That's correct. I'm the mayor. But I don't think you belong to my city." Han Fei looked rather uneasy. "How so?" With his hands behind his back, the man said casually, "If you were from my city, I would have known you a long time ago. How can I not know a genius who has a legendary contractual spiritual beast? Or more exactly, 2 legendary contractual spiritual beasts?" Xia Xiaochuan? She pinched and twisted the flesh on Han Fei's waist. "Legendary? Didn't you say that the 9-tailed mantis shrimp was exotic?" Han Fei swallowed too. "Well, is it possible that you're mistaken, senior?" The young man looked at Han Fei with a smile. You're addressing me as your senior now? Han Fei chuckled. Senior, you really know how to take care of your face. What exactly do you do? I'll ask Xia Xiaochan to try it too. The mayor? The mayor was lost for words. We're in the middle of a crisis, and yet you're talking about beauty treatment? Hee hee. I don't know where you're from, but you've come to my city. I only want to ask you this, can you leave here alive? The young man was extremely serious when he said that. His eyes seemed to be staring at Han Fei's and Xia Xiaochan's hearts through their skin. Han Fei knew that it was impossible for him to trick the man. He simply shook his head and said, Xia Xiaochan and I came here by accident. We've been looking for ways to leave. You've been looking? The mayor frowned. Is your way of leaving right inside the city? Han Fei nodded. Probably. The mayor's eyes glittered. Can you take anyone away with you? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know, but my guess is no. The mayor instantly asked, where are you from? Han Fei paused and hesitated a moment. If he were to say that he came from the future, wouldn't it sound too uncanny? The mayor said, since the crash, this city has lost contact with other cities and has been secluded for 200 years. Nobody has visited us except for you. Maybe I can take care of the problems that you can't. Xia Xiaochan said, you can't take care of them either. The mayor laughed. Girl, don't be too confident. Han Fei said with a bitter smile, I'm afraid that you really can't. This city has been sunken for many years in our normal lifetime. The city guards, and the warriors who are fighting in the outer city, have already turned into hero souls. The mayor suddenly became threatening. He stared at Han Fei coldly and asked, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that you're from the future? Han Fei smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything. Well. The mayor looked back at the devastated city, the crying people, and the fighting city guards. Then he said with a casual smile, so, my city will be destroyed in the end. After about 5 minutes of silence, Xia Xiaochan couldn't hold it back anymore. Xia Xiaochan asked, if you are the mayor, you're definitely the strongest. Why don't you participate in the battle? The mayor looked back at Xia Xiaochan and said, because the time has not come yet. If the city will be destroyed eventually, I wouldn't mind letting all the invaders die with us. Han Fei's eyes constricted. Senior, do you have any last wish? Or do you have any heritage that you must pass on? The mayor's lips curled. So that's why you're here? Han Fei said, we're here purely by accident. The mayor burst into laughter. There's no need to explain. In your age, this city will have become a treasure trove. So you're here to hunt for treasures, aren't you? Han Fei instantly swallowed. This man was really horrifying. He had inferred Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's purpose here from a few simple words, and he accepted the fact that they were from the future very quickly without much shock. I didn't know that I would have to entrust the essence of this city to two young treasure hunters. After that, the mayor looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan and said, there are many treasures in this city. I don't know whether it's a coincidence or it's fate that you come at the day of this city's destruction. Is this really destiny? As he talked, a wriggling beast came close from the sky and spewed out icy flames, ruining a huge area in 1 second. A mere bug is showing off in my city? Humph. In the next second, the mayor snapped his finger, and a water-made sword was launched. It passed 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye and expanded into a huge sword. That creature, which might be a dragon, spurted out a brilliant pearl from its mouth, trying to resist the sword. But after only one moment, the pearl was broken, and the enormous body of the dragon was annihilated, without even leaving a scale. Han Fei nearly peeped his pants. This man seems too strong. As if he had just done something trivial, the mayor looked back at Han Fei and Xia Shaochan and said, "If it's destiny, just come with me." Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were both excited. Just now, the mayor had said that there were treasures in this city, and the treasures were the essence of the city. Han Fei could hardly imagine what treasures could comprise the essence of the city after witnessing how powerful the mayor was just now. The mayor waved his hand, and Han Fei and Xia Shaochan suddenly found themselves inside a cave. This was a cave about 1,000 square meters, no different from other caves, except that there was a jade ritual table at the center of the cave. On the table, 2 watery pillars of light 3 meters in diameter connected the ceiling and the floor of the cave. From the pillars, blue, thread-like light was emitting and floating in the cave, illuminating the whole cave and making it dreamy. Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were quite amazed. Actually, they didn't sense anything inside the 2 pillars of light, which were supposed to be empty. With his hands on his back, the mayor said casually, "Here are 2 drops of chaotic original water. It's safe to say that the disasters in my city are related to them too. However, I'm the only one in the whole city that can borrow the power from 1 drop of the water. Nobody can use the second drop. If you are destined to come here, you have a try." Han Fei asked in surprise, "Chaotic original water? What's that?" The mayor slightly shook his head. "I don't know. Nobody knows where the chaotic original water is from, and every drop of chaotic original water has a different purpose. I only know the usage of 1 drop and can manage to borrow its power. As for the other drop, someone luckier has to figure it out." Han Fei did not even dare to breathe aloud at this moment. How strong was the mayor of the city? Han Fei was totally awed by the mayor's casual attack, just now. However, the mayor was so strong because he borrowed the power of this chaotic original water. Then how precious must the treasure be? Xia Shaochan asked in confusion, "What if we're not lucky?" The mayor chuckled. "These are the only treasures in my city that are worth passing on. I think only they can take you back." Han Fei and Xia Shaochan were both serious. There were millions of people in this city. If none of them could make use of the water, could Han Fei and Xia Shaochan? After observing it for a long time, Han Fei finally asked, "How can we try it?" The mayor replied, "Just go into it. It all depends on your luck." Han Fei and Xia Shaochan looked at each other. They'd be lying if they said that they weren't nervous. They had never seen a treasure as important as this one in their whole life. Looking at his wrist, Han Fei said to himself, "Master Calabash, it's all up to you whether or not I can make it this time." Han Fei knew himself very well. Different from Xia Shaochan, who had an unusual spiritual heritage and other deeply hidden secrets, he would have only been an ordinary person with his spiritual heritage and aptitude if he didn't have the demon purification pot. Han Fei said, "Let's go." Wait a moment. The mayor suddenly snatched Han Fei's shoulder. Before Han Fei could react, he had already grabbed the hexagon starfish. Interesting. A hexagon starfish. That's rare. However, it cannot go in. As he talked, the mayor casually threw Mr. Hexagon Starfish to the ground. Mr. Hexagon Starfish was trembling hard and did not have the courage to open its eyes. It had failed to escape the mayor's senses even though it had deployed multiple stealth arrays. Han Fei said, "Mr. Hexagon Starfish, wait for me outside." Then, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan walked to the ritual table at the center in silence. On the ritual table, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan each stood before a blue pillar of light. They looked at each other and stepped in simultaneously. Not meeting any resistance, Han Fei felt that he had just entered a common pillar of water, except that the water here was smoother and clearer than regular seawater. Outside. Outside, the mayor clenched his fists on his back. Was it really a coincidence that he met these two young people on the day of the city's destruction? Could they really inherit the 2 drops of chaotic original water? Inside the chaotic original water, Han Fei closed his eyes and perceived a moment. A moment later, he opened his eyes and looked up. Huh? Nothing is happening? Han Fei frowned. Though the water seemed different from seawater or fresh water, he didn't sense anything special about it. It only reminded Han Fei of the fresh water in the mirror of the sky in the misty salty swamp. They were both pure and flawless, but apart from that, nothing special. Han Fei turned to Xia Xiaochan, only to see that Xia Xiaochan was circling inside the pillar. She then looked back at Han Fei. She didn't seem to have any reaction either. When Han Fei was about to extend his arms, he was suddenly pulled by an invisible force, and he appeared out of the water pillar. After that, Xia Xiaochan was ejected too, in 2 seconds. Well, the mayor heaved a sigh. It still doesn't work? Xia Xiaochan said, "Let's swap and have another try." Han Fei was intrigued. That's right. Didn't he say that every drop of chaotic original water was different? It might work if they swapped. Therefore, under the mayor's watch, they each entered the other blue pillar of light. The mayor's eyes were glittering. It was the last chance. His face seemed slightly red. After Han Fei entered the pillar, he hadn't felt anything yet, when he saw that the pillar where Xia Xiaochan was simply disappeared. Great! The mayor roared and clenched his fists in excitement while he stared at Xia Xiaochan. He had lost all his hope, but the pleasant surprise came unexpectedly. Han Fei was shocked too. There was a reaction on her side. Already? He saw that a water current was rolling on Xia Xiaochan's body from left to right and from top to bottom until it sank into her in the end. Han Fei even saw that Xia Xiaochan was confused. She turned around and fumbled around, as if she was trying to find out where the chaotic original water was. However, after searching for a while, Xia Xiaochan immediately turned her eyes to Han Fei. The mayor was staring at Han Fei too. Xia Xiaochan had succeeded. What about Han Fei? Han Fei was rather stunned and nervous himself. Master Calabash, I'm counting on you now. Please help me. It's time to collect such a great treasure. There was no telling whether Han Fei's prayer worked, or if the demon purification pot had sensed it, but Han Fei sensed that the pillar trembled. Yes, it trembled. During that moment, Han Fei felt that the chaotic original water was alive. He sensed that a life was throbbing. Because of the tremble, the picture before Han Fei's eyes changed. After a trance, Han Fei found himself on a boundless ocean when he opened his eyes. Han Fei looked around hurriedly. Where the hell am I now? Suddenly, Han Fei felt that his feet were painful. He looked at the waves below his feet, only to see that the waves were made of blades instead of water. Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. The ocean below his feet seemed to be made of infinite watery blades, which were rolling and surging like tides. When Han Fei blinked his eyes, the dense blades were gone, and the waves were just regular waves. The blades were nowhere to be seen. Shoot. What's going on? Han Fei raised his hand and tried to look at the demon purification pot on his wrist. But when he raised his hand, a tide was lifted on the ocean. He was immediately stunned. Is this ocean under my control? Han Fei raised his other hand. As he expected, another tide rose on the ocean. When Han Fei put down his hands, the lifted tides became regular waves again. Hiss. Han Fei swallowed. He tried raising one hand and waving it. Then, he saw blades of water emerging in the lifted tide and darting into the ocean not far away. Han Fei tried spinning his arm, and the waves were rolling in circles and curves in midair too. Inside those caves, countless watery blades were spinning so fast and densely that Han Fei was shocked. When Han Fei put his hands down and lowered his head, he saw something floating at him from the bottom of the ocean. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei sensed that something was shot into his forehead. Instantly, he was woken up with cold sweat all over his body. Phew. After Han Fei woke up, he found that the mayor was holding a light shield with one hand. Xiao Xiaochan was standing next to the mayor, and Mr. Hexagon Starfish was clinging to her. Han Fei looked around in confusion, only to see that the ritual table he was on had been ruined, and that blade marks were everywhere on the wall in the cave. The mayor's eyes were shining. He laughed aloud when Han Fei woke up. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The mayor laughed so wildly that the rocks were falling and a strong wind was blowing. My city deserves this. Whoever owes us will pay their debt sooner or later. The mayor's calmness was gone. He had suddenly turned crazy, and there was no telling what he was muttering. Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan were confused. They found the mayor dreadful and pitiful at this moment. As for Mr. Hexagon Starfish, it never dared to open its eyes since it saw the mayor, and it had been acting as if it were a pendant. Looking at Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan in comfort, the mayor said, "Nature has its own mysteries. My city has been punished for 200 years for stealing fortunes. So, this is how it will end." After that, the mayor withdrew his smile and looked at Han Fei. Your drop of chaotic original water isn't as good as hers. However, it's still a great treasure. Han Fei looked around at the destruction that he had caused. He asked, "This is not good enough?" The mayor grinned and said, "I call your drop of chaotic original water the infinity water. It can turn water into weapons. Of course, the weapons can't be higher than your own levels. This infinity water was the chaotic original water that I borrowed power from, but I could never take it." After that, the mayor turned to Xiao Xiaochan. "Can you release it?" Blinking her eyes, Xiao Xiaochan asked, "How do I release it?" The mayor said, "With your mind, like how you release spiritual weapons." Xiao Xiaochan opened her hands, and a stream of clear water was gathering in her palm. Staring at it for a long time, the mayor suddenly remarked, "Is it the metamorphosis water?" The mayor said, try to imagine that it's you, Xia. Xiaochan was slightly stunned. Then, Han Fei saw that the water was growing large and assuming the shape of a human being on the ground. After only a few seconds, an identical Xia Xiaochan emerged. Han Fei was shocked. Her hairstyle, her clothes, her height, her body figure, and even Mr. Hexagon starfish that was hanging on her leg had been reflected vividly. That was really hard to believe. The mayor, however, put on a smile. That explains a lot. No wonder I've never been able to borrow its power. Suddenly, the mayor gazed at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan with confusion and relief. In the end, he simply said casually, the chaotic original water is not as simple as it looks. Maybe you can find it out later, but I won't be there to witness it. Xia Xiaochan was rather startled by herself. What the hell? An identical copy of herself? Han Fei asked in shock, is the duplication capable of fighting? The mayor slightly shook his head. Maybe, if you share some of your spiritual power with it. If my guess is correct, this drop of chaotic original water is known as metamorphosis water. It can transform into anything. Xia Xiaochan asked, metamorphosis water? The mayor said, battle suits, weapons, or living creatures, it can be transformed into anything by you. I didn't know that it was metamorphosis water. And I can't appreciate the potential it can have. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were both stunned by what the mayor said. A drop of infinity water contained infinite techniques, and a drop of metamorphosis water could transform into anything? It did sound amazing. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Senior, what techniques does the infinity water boast? The mayor said with a smile, that's something that you should find out. However, you are too weak and can only use the fundamental power of the water. You might learn more later. Maybe Han Fei was too short-sighted, but he didn't think that the 2 drops of water were worth a city. Frowning, Han Fei asked, Senior, did your city fall because of the 2 drops of water? The mayor snorted and asked, you don't think they're worth it? Before Han Fei replied, the mayor continued, you don't know the value of the chaotic original water yet. I would have exchanged it even if I had 2 cities, and that were doomed. Han Fei swallowed. Those were human lives. And the water was just a treasure. The mayor suddenly looked at Han Fei. The destruction of my city is inevitable. However, since you have acquired the best treasures of my city, you must promise me something. As he spoke, arcane runes rose from the mayor's feet and flooded into Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan crazily. Both of them were greatly shocked. Those black runes did not look like anything good. However, they couldn't move at all. Their bodies seemed to be frozen. Xia Xiaochan couldn't flash either. Don't panic. It's not anything that will control you or contract you. In the future, when the runes emerge from you, remember to rebuild my city above the clouds. Han Fei gritted his teeth. What if we fail? The mayor laughed. You won't. Or you will be haunted by demons in your heart. Now that I'm giving the chaotic original water to you, you will have to return the favor sooner or later. When the mayor waved his hand again, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had reappeared on the roof that they had been standing on. However, different from when they left, for looming tides were pushing at the city from 4 directions, trying to drown the whole city. Han Fei saw almost 10 monolithic shadows in the tides. He didn't know what they were, but they couldn't be weaklings, considering how huge their shadows were. The mayor raised his head and looked at the sun. If you two are really chosen by fate, this will probably be your only opportunity to go away. Han Fei was horrified when faced with the tides that had risen to the sky. It almost felt like the end of the world. Han Fei didn't know which floating island could possibly resist any of the tides. All of a sudden, the mayor grabbed Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan and threw them to the only breach in the sky. Remember, my name is Li Huang. Li Huang of the Heavenly Desolation City. My name shall return to the divine palace when the Heavenly Desolation City is rebuilt. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan soared into the high sky as if they were on a rocket. Han Fei fused with Little Gold quickly and shouted at Xia Xiaochan, "Come here." Xia Xiaochan flashed and grabbed Han Fei's arm, before she exclaimed, "Look." At this moment, Little Gold's wings were leaving a trail of fire. They were so fast that even the air had been torn apart. They saw that, down below, Li Huang stepped on the royal fortress and collapsed it. Then, he stood in the void proudly. My wish has been fulfilled. There's no enemy that I'm scared of anymore. Ha ha ha. My sword can kill monsters, warriors, and all the sea demons in this boundless ocean. The sky was wreathed by the giant tides that soared thousands of meters high. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't see Li Huang clearly anymore. The only thing that he could see was his sword aura that was sent rippling out. Those sword aura was glowing. For a moment, the whole Heavenly Desolation City was covered by the sword aura. Han Fei had sickness and shortness of breath even though he was high in the sky. Pooh. Xia Xiaochan was not as sturdy as Han Fei. She vomited blood. Bam! They were ascending so fast that they dashed through the overwhelming tides like rushing swordfish. Han Fei saw a lot of sea creatures cruising in the water. Far away, a manfish seemed to have noticed him too. But everything was fleeting. Before Han Fei could observe them more carefully, he had sensed the light from above. Bam! The surface of the ocean exploded. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan broke out of the water and saw the sunset. Han Fei immediately gasped. Shoot! This is not the undersea city. Are we not out yet? Xia Xiaochan suddenly flashed and left him. Han Fei turned around quickly, only to see that Xia Xiaochan was moving on the sea as a shadow. On a boat, 5 advanced dangling fishers were staring at him, shocked. They all exclaimed, Han Fei! It's Han Fei! Instantly, Han Fei grinned. We're out. Is this the level 3 fishery? Not good. Xia Xiaochan is here too. Let's run. The 5 advanced dangling fishers were almost crying. Why are we so lucky? We were about to leave. How could we have run into those 2 horrifying people? In the sky, Han Fei took a turn and drew the blue sea wandering dragon bow, shooting out arrows of spiritual energy. Xia Xiaochan was even faster. She had killed one after a flash. Now that she performed the 1000-strike technique, Han Fei didn't have to do anything, and all the 5 enemies could barely resist the blades from all directions. Bam! Someone detonated himself, and 2 dove into the sea. The last 2 were about to run when they were tied up by 2 chains, and 2 daggers were stuck to their neck before they could jump into the sea. Seeing that, Xia Xiaochan Intended to chase the runners, Han Fei shook his head. That's unnecessary. Just let them go. They can inform other people that we're out. Xia Xiaochan said, those people are really annoying. They chased me for a long time. Han Fei said with a smile, we'll chase them as annoyingly later. Xia Xiaochan mumbled, I want to have a hot pot. The most delicious one. Han Fei said, just one moment. Then, Han Fei looked at the two survivors and said, hello. It's nice to meet you. I'm going to ask a few questions, and you can go if you answer them satisfactorily. The two men nodded quickly, trembling, with sweat all over their heads. Han Fei grinned and said, tell me, what happened in the undersea city recently? How did they return to the surface of the sea? Han Fei wasn't very clear. But it really felt great to return to the level 3 fishery. Han Fei casually sat down on the top of the boat and listened to the captives' description of recent events. It is said that the undersea city was plagued by poisons the day when you and Yang Huan went on a killing spree. Hundreds of experts were killed. Then, many people escaped in a flurry and disseminated the news. It was 8 days ago. 8 days? Astonished, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other. They had only spent 1 day in the heavenly desolation city. How had 8 days passed? Han Fei then asked, what about the 4 entrances to the undersea city? The captives looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They're all crowded. Every gate is surrounded by thousands of people. Heh. They certainly do not want us to get away, do they? Han Fei's eyes were cold. That was outrageous. Tens of thousands of people were here just to block him? The two captives looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan in fright, wondering how exactly they got out of the undersea city. Didn't it only have 4 gates? How did they escape so many people's attention and come out? Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan raised her dagger and asked, how could so many people have been gathered in only 8 days? One of the captives said with a bitter smile, because a dragon boat is here. Han Fei's face immediately changed. A dragon boat is here? Where is it? Han Fei was quite upset. He really hated dragon boats. All his disasters had originated from a dragon boat. The dragon boat is about 20,000 kilometers from here. However, some people would rather not wait, so they came in advance. Han Fei's face slightly changed. Where is the dragon boat from? The seaborne prairie? Huh? Both of the two captives were stunned by the question. They shook their head and said, no. It seems to be from the sea entrance stairs. Xia Xiaochan suddenly asked Han Fei, are we going to board a dragon boat? I haven't visited one yet. Han Fei peeped at Xia Xiaochan weirdly. Forget it. Do you want to get yourself killed? It's time to slip away. Xia Xiaochan asked, where to? Are we going to the sea entrance stairs? Han Fei scoffed, of course not. The sea entrance stairs is too dangerous. We're going to the Thousand Smoke Valley. I'm told that Lu Rimquang was there. Then, Han Fei extended his hand and said, give me your sea swallowing seashells and get the hell out of here. The two advanced dangling fishers were almost crying now that they were losing their sea swallowing seashells. However, they could only reluctantly submit their sea swallowing seashells, while worrying that Han Fei might kill them afterward. But out of their expectation, Han Fei kicked them into the sea after obtaining the sea swallowing seashells. Then, Han Fei waved his hand, and the red awesome wind god boat appeared on the sea. Ah! Xia Xiaochan was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. She exclaimed, "What a beautiful boat! Where did you get it? Did you rob someone? I want one too." Han Fei said gloomily, "Just drop it. I was almost killed in order to get this boat. Come on, let's go to the Thousand Smoke Valley." Xia Xiaochan had flashed into the wind god boat without Han Fei's instruction. Curiously, she touched and tapped everything she saw. She even rolled on the windshield in front of the boat. Hey, hey, hey. Enough fun. It's time to go. A huge pit was left on the sea when the boat took off. The water nearby was pushed 1,000 meters away. After the boat soared into the sky, it left sonic explosion ripples in the splendid afterglow on the surface of the ocean. After the wind god boat left, two heads craned out. Gudu. What a fast boat. Hurry. Let's go back to the dragon boat. We're going to be rich. The other man was overjoyed too. That's right. Let's go back to the dragon boat. The intelligence that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan have escaped will be worth a lot of money, and it's even more valuable that they're going to the Thousand Smoke Valley. I don't know why they didn't kill us. At this moment, while clinging to the boat, Xia Xiaochan shrieked, "It's too fast. Too fast. Slow down." Han Fei simply said cockily, "Is it fast? I'm not feeling anything." In the raging wind, Xia Xiaochan shouted, "How was my acting just now?" Han Fei raised his thumb. "Very good. The intelligence that we're going to the Thousand Smoke Valley is definitely worth their lives." One day passed. On the way to the sea entrance stairs on the sea, Xia Xiaochan was preparing a hot pot on a plain-looking boat. She was complaining at this moment, "You do it. Mine is not delicious as yours." Han Fei said, "You wash up the lobsters first and get a few crabs for us. We want the crab whale." Xia Xiaochan leaned her head close and saw that Han Fei was working on a jade slip. She was lost for words. "What are you doing?" A minute later, Han Fei threw the jade slip to Xia Xiaochan and said, "Okay. You will be mocked if you can't cook as a girl." Xia Xiaochan snorted. "Why should I cook when you can do that for me? My food is not as delicious as yours anyway." As she spoke, Xia Xiaochan peeped at the jade slip and exclaimed, "The thousand-face technique? It's a demon level. Divine quality art for disguise. Where did you find it?" Han Fei chuckled. "That's a long story that I'll tell you later. Learn it now. We're the targets for the whole level 3 fishery right now. We can't possibly approach the sea entrance stairs with our current faces." Delightedly, Xia Xiaochan entered the cabin with the thousand-face technique. Han Fei was in a good mood. This was probably the most enjoyable day since he came to the level 3 fishery. He cooked lobsters in a pot and took out the meat before he covered the meat with crab oil and roe. Fragrance was already spreading out. In another wok, a dozen seasonings were being fried and had been turned into a pulp. There was also a sour smell in the air. Well. Infinity water. Infinity water. I'm a man with a great treasure. Now I'm no longer a Mr. Nobody. At night, 3 moons rose in the sky, spraying brilliant moonlight on the sea. With the whirling breeze whirling and the blowing tides, the sea was even more magnificent than usual. Now and then, chains would be launched, before they returned with fish or broken shells. The 9-tailed mantis shrimp was definitely the best watcher during the night. Mr. Hexagon Starfish had already shrunk into a ball. It was holding a tank of liquor with its 6 tentacles that were greasy with the sauce that Han Fei just made. Han Fei kicked it to the head of the boat and said, "That's too outrageous. I've never seen a starfish that drinks liquor and eats meat. What else do you not do?" The hexagon starfish's big eyes were hazy. "You don't understand the sorrow of the starfish." Han Fei scoffed, "You're sad? Could you have lived such a thrilling life without me?" The hexagon starfish almost turned into a small starfish and hid in the tank of liquor. It did not want to talk to Han Fei at all at this moment. This human being was too horrifying. There were too many times that it felt it would have a heart attack. It didn't get any treasures or glittering stones, and it was not allowed to have some meat. "Han Fei, come here." Han Fei dashed to the deck, only to jump to his feet. "Hey! Which monster are you? Change back to your original look right now." Shwa. A pair of daggers was stuck to Han Fei's belly. "Come again?" Raising his head, Han Fei looked at the sky and said, "Can't you be more natural? Why do you have to change into Mrs. Wenren?" Xiao Xiaochan said angrily, "What about Mrs. Wenren? Is Mrs. Wenren not pretty?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Of course she is. But have you considered my feelings? If you turn into Mrs. Wenren, I can't possibly kiss you. Go away. I won't let you kiss me anymore. I'll turn into Xiao Bai." Han Fei hurried to stop her. "Wait, don't. That would be even more preposterous. Do you really want me to kiss Luo Xiao Bai?" Xiao Xiaochan thought for a moment and tilted her head. "Then forget it. Who do you want me to turn into?" Han Fei said solemnly, "First of all, we want to blend in as a regular guy and a regular girl. Since we're so strong, we have to give exceptional performances. Therefore, we have to give ourselves nicknames." Xiao Xiaochan silently raised her daggers. "Like Thug Legend?" Han Fei said solemnly, "That's not good enough. I've thought of many options. You can choose one." Xiao Xiaochan smiled weirdly and pulled Han Fei. "Sit down and let's talk. Slowly." "Han Fei?" Cough, cough. Han Fei peeped at Xiao Xiaochan and asked, "What do you think of Black Wind? Spooks? 2 shadows and a dark night in the sea." "Hey! Don't attack me yet. I have other options." Gulyalu. The hexagon starfish had never drunk any alcohol before. It was the first time that it had dinner with Han Fei and got in touch with alcohol. The hexagon starfish fell in love with alcohol almost right after the first mouthful. At this moment, while holding the bottle of liquor, it stared at Han Fei, who was hopping non-stop under the poking, frightened. It thought that Han Fei was horrifying enough, but this Xiao Xiaochan seemed even more dreadful than him. However, it rolled its big eyes for a long time, but still failed to understand why human beings liked to keep their heads together. Bam! Lying on the ground, Han Fei shouted, "Xiao Xiaochan, that's too much. Stop. I have many more creative ideas. Listen to me first. 2 hotpot deities. 2 dagger warriors. 2 demons in the sea. 2 treasure hunters. 2 envoys of the netherworld. 2 villains. 2 wonders. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Black and white ghosts. Stop. You'll have to choose one." "Huh? Suddenly, Xiao Xiaochan squatted and asked, black and white ghosts? That's a good name. She then declared, it's official then. We'll go by black and white ghosts. Han Fei quickly rose back to his feet. Are you sure? Xiao Xiaochan nodded. Yes, I'm sure. Han Fei said, okay, don't regret it. Here, I'll draw a picture for you. You're truly wise. Black and white ghosts are too unique. If we dress up like them, nobody will possibly realize who we actually are. 1 hour passed. The hexagon starfish watched 2 idiots, one in black and the other in white, both wearing high hats, staring at each other. Han Fei repositioned Xiao Xiaochan's hat and said solemnly, from today on, you will be Xia Baiyan, and I will be Fan Wujiu. You are a soul warrior, and I'm a cook. Xiao Xiaochan immediately pulled her hat aside. I don't want to be called Xia Bailan. That's clearly a boy's name. My name will be Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei said, are you silly? Do you want everybody to guess that your actual name is Xiao Xiaochan? Can you be more obvious? Xiao Xiaochan shook her head. Okay, I'll be Xia Xiaoan then. Also, your name is too ominous. Wujiu, meaning helpless, is too pitiful. Since you are a cook, you will be Fan Datong, meaning food bucket. Han Fei was stunned. Hey. That's too much. Are you calling me a food bucket? A lazy person who sits around and eats all day? Xiao Xiaochan extended her hand and pulled Han Fei's hat aside too. Don't think that way. You are a cook anyway, and you should be named like a cook. Is there a better name for you than Datong? Han Fei. Han Fei said gloomily, can we be more serious? At least, straighten your hat. Okay? Xiao Xiaochan said, it's more comfortable this way. Han Fei. Han Fei had never revealed his identity as a cook in the level 3 fishery. Except for the one time in the restaurant on the dragon boat. But everybody was having food back then, and he wasn't the only person who added seasonings to the pot. More importantly, Han Fei's identity as a soul warrior and as a spirit gatherer had been too well known. But those who had seen Han Fei's blood drinking knife were all dead, so he could use that. As for Xiao Xiaochan, she never used daggers at the beginning, so she could use rods now. Searching the numerous sea-swallowing seashells and finding the only high-quality spiritual rod, Han Fei gave it to Xiao Xiaochan and said, don't use shadow kill anymore. Few people can defeat you in a head-on clash. Besides, since we are a team, we should always take action together as a team. Xiao Xiaochan was confused. Do we have to go to the sea entrance stairs? Han Fei nodded. We know too little about the abyssal chasm, and we're only pretending to go to the Thousand Smoke Valley. As for the sea entrance stairs and the Cave of Death, they've been explored by us. So, the sea entrance stairs is the only option now. The level 3 fishery is a place where geniuses gather anyway, and most of them are near the famous treasure troves. We will not raise suspicion if we go there in our new disguises. Xiao Xiaochan asked, are we not going to look for Zhang Xuanyu and the rest of them? Han Fei said, I bought Zhang Xuanyu's intelligence before, but it's outdated. How can we look for him in this vast sea? As for Lu Renquang and Luo Xiaobai, I never received any information on them. I suspect that they're still exploring someplace. Xiao Xiaochan took out a wanted list and asked, why are you the 3rd place? And I'm the 32 RD? Han Fei closed the list and said, that's fine. We have plenty of opportunities to get you into the top 3 too. Chances are that you may even become the first place. Han Fei's mouth was about to reach her face, but Xia Xiaochan pushed it away with her fist. No. You can't kiss me unless I want to be kissed. Han Fei asked, then do you want to be kissed now? Xia Xiaochan said, no, I don't. After a minute, he asked again, what about now? Bam. Han Fei was kissed and fell on the ground. Lost for words, he sighed. Women are really weird and complicated creatures. The next day after Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan left, something big happened in the undersea city. At first, rumor had it that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had escaped and crushed several advanced dangling fishers. But nobody believed it back then. When all the 4 gates of the undersea city were blocked, even a crab that came from inside would be opened and examined. It was impossible to imagine that 2 people could have slipped away. So, the news did not raise any attention but was considered a rumor. Nobody believed that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were leaving for the Thousand Smoke Valley. However, at the next dawn, waterspouts rose around the undersea city and surged, followed by an earthquake. Then, everything was changing. Overwhelming. Tides were rising. Then, witnessed by countless people, the undersea city cracked and collapsed. In the meantime, many people ran out of the undersea city, but they were all blocked by the people at the gates. Neither the advanced dangling fishers nor the peak-level dangling fishers escaped. Eventually, nobody found Han Fei or Xia Xiaochan. After a day, the undersea city completely exploded in a deafening explosion. It was said that a black hole appeared in that area, absorbing countless people and resulting in numerous casualties. The nearest dragon boat immediately changed its course and sailed away from the area. After thousands of victims ran to the dragon boat, all kinds of rumors were starting. Someone said that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan acquired unparalleled treasures, which led to the destruction of the seal in the undersea city. Of course, it was the simplest and crudest version that could be made up easily. So, it was not very trustworthy. Not many people believed that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were powerful enough to destroy a huge city. Then, another rumor stated that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan triggered a certain defensive mechanism in the undersea city and died with the city. Some other people claimed that an unknown creature emerged from the undersea city and caused the catastrophe. According to all the theories, it was not clear whether or not Han Fei found Xia Xiaochan in the end, but it was agreed that he did something similar to what he had done in the seaborne prairie. At this moment, those who spoke most vehemently were the survivors who met Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. They swore in the name of the sea god every day on the dragon boat that they would die a miserable death if they were lying. Eventually, they failed to sell their intelligence for money, but people were gradually convinced by them. But the problem was, though they believed that Han Fei had probably left for the Thousand Smoke Valley, nobody followed him anymore. This time, more than 5,000 people had died in the undersea city. Although most of them died in the uncanny explosion of the undersea city, it was certainly Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's fault, because they wouldn't have been there if it weren't for Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. For that reason, the new wanted list was issued. It was stated that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan triggered a disaster maliciously and caused the death of countless people. But why were those people in the undersea city? The list was quite ambiguous about it and simply focused on the nefariousness of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were going to the sea entrance stairs, another big thing happened. It was said that, 5,000 kilometers away from the Flowing stone pit in the level 3 fishery, a fatty was chased by many people after acquiring a treasure. Perhaps because he was pissed, the fatty opened his mouth and swallowed the chasers as well as their boat and their spiritual beasts. It was the most unusual news in the level 3 fishery recently and caught a lot of attention. 8 days later, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were sitting on the fishing boat, eating hot pot. What was in the pot turned out to be a person who was about to be cooked. Not far from the two of them, a young man was shivering, looking scared out of his pants. Please, let me go. I'm not tasty. Han Fei held a brick in his left hand and sharpened a kitchen knife with his right hand. Human flesh tastes chewier than seafood. Would you like to have a try? Xia Xiaochan was looking at the young man up and down and then said, Fan Datong, isn't he a bit too old? Han Fei shrugged. Oh? Is he old? The young man nodded hard. Yes, although I look young, I am almost 40 years old. You don't believe me? Look how tough my flesh is. With that, the young man rolled up his sleeves and took a bite on his arm, leaving a row of teeth marks. Han Fei said with sarcasm, I can't believe a person would try eating himself. That's gross. Fuck off. Don't let me see you again. Next time I see you, I will draw out your bones and make soup. After this guy ran away, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan rolled with laughter. Xia Xiaochan laughed so hard that her hat fell from her head. How many times have we met people like him these past few days? Han Fei clutched his stomach. I don't know. Dozens? They think we can be easily bullied because we are only intermediate dangling fishers. As they talked, the dummy in the hot pot turned into a mass of water and was taken into Xia Xiaochan's body. In the pot, a large yellow-blooded sea cucumber was steaming hot. Xia Xiaochan covered her red cheeks with both hands. But isn't it too obvious? You and I are both intermediate dangling fishers, yet so powerful. Would anyone guess our real identities? Han Fei suggested, maybe you can make a breakthrough? Xia Xiaochan picked up a piece of sea cucumber and stuffed it into her mouth. What about you? Would you like to make a breakthrough too? I feel I still need to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Xia Xiaochan, then do it. Anyway, it's still early from the 1-year deadline. Han Fei scratched his head. Wouldn't it be too fast for me to break through to an advanced dangling fisher now? Xia Xiaochan shook her head. No, I found that dangling fishers vary greatly in strength. People in the same realm can be completely different in strength. Han Fei pondered and shook his head. Forget it. I'm not in a hurry. Our current strength and weapons are completely different from before. Besides, we have changed our faces. So, we don't have to force a breakthrough. For the strong, there is no difference between the intermediate and advanced levels. Xia Xiaochan thought about it for a while. Yes, what he said seemed to be true. Most of the advanced dangling fishers nowadays were too weak, including peak-level dangling fishers. Han Fei said with a smile, we should frighten some people more and make a name as the black and white ghosts. Driving an ordinary fishing boat, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan traveled very slowly. Along the way, the two of them played lovey-dovey, hugging and kissing, or just eating. So after traveling for almost half a month and being robbed dozens of times, they were still a long way from the steps into the sea. In the past half-month, the one who was happiest was the hexagon starfish. Drinking a pot of wine every day, he was so happy. Usually, as soon as this guy woke up, he would be stuffed into a pot of wine by Han Fei. He didn't have 2 mouthfuls before he lost himself to drinking. Then no starfish would disturb the two-person world of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan asked, "Where did you get this starfish? He is such a heavy drinker." "Well, his capacity for alcohol is a bit poor, but he is very capable. Just let him drink by himself." During this period of time, Han Fei had been practicing the 108 spirit absorbing war bodies art. Although the effect of this technique was getting weaker and weaker, it could greatly enhance body flexibility. In fact, Han Fei was making breakthroughs so fast that he didn't have much time to stabilize his cultivation. This 108 spirit-absorbing war bodies art had greatly helped Han Fei solidify his realm. Xia Xiaochan was getting pickier and pickier on food these days, because Han Fei gave her a spiritual fruit every day. Therefore, this girl was very energetic every day, often went to the sea to catch fish, and also took Han Fei to sweep for spiritual fruits under the sea. The two of them practiced quietly for more than half a month. The people who wanted to rob them along the way were nothing but a joke to them. In the half a month, the strength of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had been soaring. Eating tons of spiritual fruits, it seemed that they could break through to become advanced dangling fishers at any time. On this day, the breeze was gentle and the sun warm. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan lay on the ordinary fishing boat, basking in the sun and holding hands. Since Xia Xiaochan was proposed to by countless men in the heavenly desolate city, she seemed to be familiar with matters between men and women and no longer kept to herself as before. Under Han Fei's repeated attacks, she didn't resist him any longer. Han Fei crossed his legs delightedly and thought to himself, "Actually, this is not bad. In the future, I will go back to school with Xia Xiaochan, go to the unknown place and the 1,000-star city together, and rebuild the heavenly desolate city together. The path of cultivation will be quite pleasant." Then he realized that he had many things to do. Han Fei tilted his head. "Do you think Luo Xiaobai will choose Zhang Xuanyu or Lu Renquang in the end? Xia Xiaochan? Why does she have to choose one of them? Look, we still have a long way to go. We need to go to the unknown place, the 1,000-star city, and the heavenly palace. But there are only 5 of us in our team, so something is bound to happen among the remaining 3 of them, right?" Xia Xiaochan tilted her head. "Quang Quang." Han Fei curiously asked, "Why? Is Zhang Xuanyu not handsome enough?" Xia Xiaochan snorted. "Zhang Xuanyu is annoying. He always likes to play with other girls." Han Fei. What she said was true. Zhang Xuanyu, who was fickle in love, didn't seem to match Luo Xiaobai, the little iceberg. However, he didn't think that Luo Xiaobai would choose Lu Renquang. So, Han Fei was basking in the sun, thinking, "Anyway, Xia Xiaochan is mine." Swish. 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 Suddenly, the sky darkened and dozens of spiritual energy arrows suddenly fell from the sky. Xia Xiaochan just wanted to flash away, but Han Fei stopped her. "Don't teleport. We are the black and white ghosts." With that, a sharpening stone appeared in Han Fei's hand. As the whetstone turned, it immediately became a boulder, protecting them overhead. Bam! 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 When all the arrows exploded, Han Fei took back the whetstone and looked up. Only to see that 5 fishing boats fell from the sky. There were nearly 20 people on the fishing boats, who were staring coldly at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's lap with a swish, feeling that human beings were really terrifying. He'd better attach to Han Fei's body as a pendant. Anyway, he didn't think Han Fei would be easily killed by others. The leader of the group of people, who was a young man, yelled, "Black and white thieves, today we are going to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. And kill you both." Behind the young man, a girl scolded, "You two are most wicked, cooking and eating human beings. It is intolerable. Today is your day to die." Han Fei glanced at her. "Gee, aren't you the old spinster we let go 2 days ago? Gosh. I let you go, but you came back to take revenge? Oh. I must eat you today." The girl shrank her head in fright. "Brother, did you hear him? Did you hear him? That day, I saw them cooking people with my own eyes. They are just 2 lunatics." The young man swallowed. Since childhood, he had never heard of a cannibal. They had really opened his eyes. A man with a beard shouted, "Look what they are wearing. They are certainly not good people. How can anyone wear black and white with such a high hat? We can't let them off." The armorists and their team put down their armor boxes and said, "We must cut you into pieces today." At this moment, Han Fei said in a voice transmission to Xia Xiaochan, "It is time for us to make a name for ourselves. But remember, we can only use ordinary combat skills." Xia Xiaochan responded, "There are so many of them. I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them with ordinary combat skills." Han Fei pondered. "Then leave them to me. Let's learn some other combat skills after driving them away. I have hundreds of sea-swallowing seashells, in which there are a lot of combat skills for us to learn." On the opposite side, a manipulator had summoned a large number of green vines and seaweed. However, Han Fei growled and suddenly shot out like lightning, holding the blood-drinking knife and the sharpening stone. Xia Xiaochan, holding a stick, stood on one of Han Fei's shoulders. The 2 of them looked extremely weird. To these dozens of people, the other party had only 2 people, yet they were rushing towards them. "Kill." Han Fei gave a grim smile. Majestic Mystic Spell. This was the first time Han Fei used the Majestic Mystic Spell, because he had no chance to use it before. When he was in the Heavenly Desolate City, he hadn't had such a life-threatening event. Moreover, in the Battle of the Heavenly Desolate City, those inferior manfish only fought whoever was strong, so Han Fei did not dare to use it. After all, there would always be someone stronger than him in that place. But now, this combat technique could be used. He and Xia Xiaochan had too many restrictions. They could use neither their spiritual beasts nor their contractual spiritual beasts, and Master Hexagon could only serve as a mobile formation giver. Han Fei shouted, "Haha! My food, die." To be honest, Han Fei was a bit unaccustomed to not using the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. The whetstone in Han Fei's hand was actually just refined. Due to recent events, Han Fei had obtained a lot of spoils. He found a mid-quality spiritual weapon from those sea-swallowing seashells, and then re-refined it and forged the universe to make it a high-quality spiritual weapon. The whetstone and kitchen knife were simply a perfect match for their new travels. At this moment, Han Fei rushed into the group of people. There was no peak, level dangling fissure among them. This was the first time Han Fei used the majestic mystic spell, so he was not quite experienced with it yet. After being shot dozens of times and slashed dozens of times, he finally knocked over one of their fishing boats. As the blood-drinking knife turned, the entire fishing boat was cut in half by Han Fei. Those people were shocked and they raised their weapons to block him. However, with a single slash, he shattered dozens of spiritual weapons and clattering sounds were heard one after another. One of those people failed to respond quickly enough and was cut into 2 pieces along with his rod. A dozen people were seriously injured in just one blow. Many people's arms were chopped off by Han Fei and some were about to run away in horror. "Run," someone suddenly shouted. Now they were not in the mood for enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. With such a simple blow, he seriously injured most of them. What if he attacked again? Han Fei held the whetstone in one hand and the blood-drinking knife in the other, laughing out loud. "We, the black and white ghosts, will take your lives today. Now tremble under our feet." The young man picked up his sister and jumped into the sea. He felt like he had already peed. Crazy. The world is crazy. Just as Han Fei opened his arms and posed to the sky, everyone escaped. These people just wished they could have 8 legs so as to escape from the lunatic, Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan was also dumbfounded. At this moment, she was still standing on Han Fei's shoulder. As soon as she raised the stick in her hand, she saw the blade flash, and then the enemy was defeated? What the hell happened? She knew Han Fei was strong, but never expected him to be this strong. Even she might still be seriously injured by that slash just now. And when Han Fei made the cut, she could feel that he didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, the dozen or so people would have been all dead now. Han Fei still kept that pose and glanced at Xia Xiaochan. "Are they all gone?" Gulp. Xia Xiaochan lowered her head, looked at Han Fei, and suddenly screamed. "Gosh! How have you suddenly become so powerful?" Han Fei signaled her to hush, before putting away the whetstone and blood drinking knife, then he patted Xia Xiaochan's little feet. "Come down first." Xia Xiaochan flashed to the fishing boat and then looked at Han Fei with her large watery eyes as if looking at an alien. Xia Xiaochan shivered. "You just used a secret method, didn't you?" "It must be a secret method." "What secret method can make you so strong suddenly?" "How much power did you use just now?" 50%? You, listening to Xia Xiaochan blab, Han Fei was complacent. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan pulled his ears. "Come on, tell me. Where did you get such a powerful secret method?" "There isn't such a powerful secret method in the school library." "And is there any side effect with your secret method?" "Are the side effects severe?" Hey. Let go of my ear first." The two horsed around for a while, and then Han Fei lied to her that he obtained the secret method by accident. When Han Fei said that this secret method could be used after he accumulated enough food, Xia Xiaochan's eyes widened. "Really? Are the side effects so small?" Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Can I lie to you? I accumulate energy by eating yellow-blooded sea cucumbers, okay? Only high-energy foods can supplement energy faster. But, in the level 3 fishery, there are too few marine creatures with extremely high energy such as yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. If I eat ordinary foods, how much do I have to eat? Xia Xiaochan swallowed. Then, if Kuang uses this secret method. If Lu Renkuang got this secret method, he would probably spend 11 hours a day eating and use the 1 hour left for fighting. After a pause, Xia Xiaochan said with shining eyes, I want to learn it too. Han Fei knew that Xia Xiaochan couldn't resist this temptation, so he said, generously, girl, give me a smile, and I will teach you. He. Xia Xiaochan immediately gave him a fawning smile. Han Fei said in an ostentatious manner, good, I like it. Now kiss me and I will teach you. Smack. Han Fei grinned from ear to ear. When he got this majestic mystic spell, he knew the other four would also want to learn it, especially Lu Renkuang. He would never let go of this secret method. And Zhang Xuanyu, he could even hug Han Fei's legs and cry, begging him to teach him. As for Luo Xiaobai, well, she was like a fair lady and never ate too much, unlike Xia Xiaochan, who would eat like a horse when she got delicious food. Han Fei narrowed his eyes, enjoying Xia Xiaochan's ingratiation, grunting. For some reason, I suddenly feel a little sore in my shoulders. After waiting for a while, Han Fei got no response from Xia Xiaochan, so he opened his eyes and looked up. Xia Xiaochan was looking at him from above, grinning grimly. Suddenly, a pair of slim legs locked his neck. Master Han Fei, does it feel good to boss me around? Your shoulders are sore? What about your head, Hawk? Hawk. Let go of my neck. Han Fei was lying on the deck, his neck was strangled by Xia Xiaochan, and his face flushed. I'll teach you. I'll teach you. Hawk. After a moment, Han Fei complained helplessly, where are your manners? You're a girl, okay? Xia Xiaochan was holding a jade slip right now, and staring back at Han Fei. Don't bother me. Shut up. %. Han Fei was very angry. What a wretched girl. Why the hell do I take Xia Xiaochan as a cute little girl? Am I only in it for the pain? In addition to the majestic mystic spell, Han Fei also gave a bunch of combat skills for soul warriors to Xia Xiaochan. After all, Xia Xiaochan could no longer act as a hunter for some time to come. Therefore, she must learn some combat skills to temporarily pretend to be a soul warrior. Xia Xiaochan went to cultivate in the sea, and their journey was temporarily suspended. At this time, Han Fei took out his fishing rod. Since he deduced the void fishing technique to level 4, he hadn't had time to fish, let alone practice the void breaking technique. Now he hadn't made a name for him and Xia Xiaochan as the black and white ghosts yet, and was not in a hurry to rush to the steps into the sea. Since he had time, he should practice his fishing skills. He couldn't just spend all his time playing lovey-dovey with Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei shuddered as he thought about it. Xia Xiaochan liked this feeling at first, because the experience was fresh and new. Then, as they kissed a lot, she was no longer tense all over like the first time. Once, when Han Fei tried to do something to her, she almost chopped his hand off, which almost scared him out of his pants. Different from the first 3 levels of the void fishing technique, which were only fishing skills and hook skills, the void breaking technique was 1,000-mile fishing technique? Han Fei blinked. Level 4 of the void fishing technique was actually a 1,000-mile fishing technique. With this magical hook technique, he would be able to fish thousands of miles away, just like Wen Rinyu and Xiao Zhan. Although there are limitations in time and space, the technique can break the void and help you fish tens of thousands of miles away in a flash, Han Fei recited the mantra, which suddenly popped up in his mind. Almost subconsciously, Han Fei cast the hook. Han Fei saw the fishing hook flash in the air, and after it disappeared for about 0.01 seconds, it appeared deep underwater. This technique really worked. In the next few days, Han Fei swung the hook frantically. Just as they were traveling at tortoise speed, on a dragon boat near the steps into the sea, the news about the black and white ghosts had already spread. If only 1 or 2 people were talking about the black and white ghosts, it didn't matter. But there were dozens of people talking about them. This was worth paying attention to. At this moment, in the hiring hall of the dragon boat, a young woman said softly, 3 players looking for 1 more player. We need a hunter who is also a peak-level dangling fisher, to team up to hunt the black and white ghosts. Does anyone want to join? In the crowd, a young man with 2 scars running through his face came over. Hey! I want in.